Hello lads, hello fellow Raymonders, how are we doing? Back with another Project Feline Devstream, the Project Feline show. I said I was going to call it the Project Feline show because that sounds cooler. So welcome back to the Project Feline show with your host Project Feline. I'm just quickly pushing yesterday's Unreal progress to source control because I forgot to do that, and sounds like a good idea. Sounds like a good idea, you know? I don't think anyone would contest pushing to source control. So I'm just moving everything to, because with the file management stuff we were doing yesterday, we were importing Gabi in Unreal. Now, that doesn't mean that Gabi's finished. Hold your horses there. We're just importing her test animations in. And, the idea is that I'm gonna make incremental updates to the model, and I'm just going to keep re-importing it to Unreal to like see it in action so that I can judge what needs to happen. Because that's sort of how I do these. I sort of feel my way through it and I just sort of feel the vibe, you know what I mean? So if I tweak something in Blender, take it to Unreal, see it in gameplay, and if I decide it's not the vibe, then it's like, okay, well, I gotta work on it. So I'm just moving all the, because the thing with that as well, so because we have a lot of animation clips, so I'm just moving those specific animations to their own folder inside of Gabi's folder, and okay, file redirectors done, and now I just need to make sure there isn't any loose files sitting in source control that I don't want to push. I want to undo. Yeah, just hold on. I'd show it, but it's gonna show my email address on it, and I'd rather not give that out if I can. So I'm just making sure. I'm just double, triple checking. There seems to be, for whatever reason, there's some asset that's changed, some blueprint that changed, and I don't know why. It says I checked it out a minute ago, but I didn't do anything. Let me close Unreal and push it and try again. And why is Gabi's blueprint is now missing? Uh-oh. Where did Gabi's blueprint? Oh, I moved it in the other folder by accident. Alright, let me clean that up. I just want to make sure I do that before we do any work, because if I don't, it's the end of the world, and we can't make a game in the end of the world, so that's not so good. How are you guys doing? I know it's been a whole day since we talked last, but how are you? Forgotten Dreamer, no, don't move to YouTube, no! He's moving to YouTube, he's gone. Forgotten Dreamer's gone. Simply based mic. What, is something wrong? Is something wrong with my mic? Are the levels not set? Other levels? Wait, what happened? Something's wrong with my mic? Oh. Is that better? Sorry about that. Sorry about that, fellas. Yeah, it does that sometimes. Cause it sounds fine to me. Now, well, I can't hear a difference, but that should be better for you. I notice that sometimes when I nudge the microphone slightly, the gain just goes insane. Is that better? No, actually, it's on purpose, you see. You see, the plan was we were going to time travel to 2005, and we were gonna launch Project Feline on the Xbox Live Arcade with a multiplayer chat room, and that I'm using this mic quality to tease that. Alright, sorry fellas. Sorry to do that to you. Let's, I'm just making triple sure that this is all good. I was doing a lot of this sort of stuff this morning with my editing folder, which I might show you how that's looking actually, because it's looking pretty good, if I do say. I just need to get rid of these files it's added. It's added a bunch of like changed, I don't know, does anyone else here use plastic? And every so often, it'll just like list files and say, oh, you changed this. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure I didn't change that. So get it the hell out of here. I didn't change. It says I changed all these mapped settings like a minute ago, and I literally didn't. It wasn't me. So let me get rid of those changes, because I don't want to, you don't want to push the files that aren't actually changed. To go a little back into the contractor arc I mentioned yesterday, the guy I had pushing to this on his branch, he would literally push every change and he wouldn't actually check if there was a change or not. So that's a shortcut to merge conflicts, which I don't want to. I know I'm just going to keep doing this on my own, but I don't want to have merge conflicts with myself if possible. So I'm just making, for some reason it thinks that I've changed the turret as well. I didn't change the turret 2 minutes ago. No, get it out of there. I just want Gabi, that's it. I made changes to the Feline character, that's correct. Not the game mode, not the post-processing. No, get it out, get it out. Get it out of there. Yeah, I don't know why. It's very like, it's very if even like the metadata slightly changes on a file, it thinks you've changed it. And it's like, oh, you want to push this new change. And it's like, no, I don't want you to do that. I just want you to leave that alone. So I'm just going and telling my source control what to do. So I want to import all these new animations, yes. And I want to import the changes to Gabi's character. All right, so let me type in a good commit comment. Oh, and thank you so much, Matthias, Minecube, Twitch, Borge, because I know you by both your usernames, because you're such a big fan. The audio is working, but the video is frozen? Oh, well that's weird. Why is everything just breaking today? Wait, are you serious? I actually can't get the camera. Oh, come back. Okay, now it's even worse. Thanks. Hey Matthias, thank you. Thanks for, it's, for some reason, it's highlighted your message. Maybe it's because you're a super fan. You've just got your message highlighted. Now it's just completely gone. My face camera's just gone. What's going on? Deactivate. I'm gonna try and turn it off and on again. No, no luck. What if I do? No. Well, this is great. This is lovely. It was literally working a minute ago. Was it frozen the whole time? Was it frozen the whole time? Oh god. Oh, I think it's highlighted your message because you've been a member for 16 whopping months, which is incredible. I wish you could see my elated facial expression, but yeah. What's going on? Wow, this is certified pro streamer moment, guys. What is going on? I literally, the camera, I think I have to just get up and unplug it. Give me a second. I gotta plug it out and plug it back in. Give me like give me a minute. God damn it. Come on now. Please. Yes! Yeah! It works. I had to climb under the table. Alright. It's fine, guys. It's fine. It's all working. Everything is great. Now, has it reset all of my... Yeah, it's turned auto exposure back on. No, get out of here. I want my settings. I set these just before I went on. I had it perfect. Okay, now it's perfect. Alright. See, I am a real person. I'm not a cardboard still, okay? I know everyone thinks I'm... Wait a second. Uh-oh. Hold up. I just noticed why am I big? Why am I massive? Hold on. Something's not right here. Why is my face taking up... Why is my forehead taking up the... Oh, what? Can you just work? Can we just... Come on, Streamlabs. Can you just get on with me today? Is that too hard? Okay. We're gonna do stretched Raymond. Oh no, I've made it worse. Oh, this... Oh, okay. Oh no, because I have to change it. Okay. Now it's too small. Now it's too small. Man, this is just so lovely. Is it the right? Okay, it's the right size here. It has to be in 720p so I can get the smooth movement. Because when I do it at 1080p, it's all choppy. But now it's too small. So, oh no. come back, come back. 1920. Yeah, or if I wanted, we could go wide Raymond, but we're not going to do that today. No, I'll save that for later. Okay, okay, we're back now. We're so back. We're so back. Cool. Sorry about that, fellas. Turns out streaming is actually more hard than game development. Would you believe? All right, what I got to write my commit message. Okay, that's what I was in the middle of doing. Yeah, Cosmic, you know it. The great thing about Streamlabs is that all of it just works. It just works. It has over this stream has over 300 endings, and it just works. What's my commit message? What's my commit message going to be? It's going to be imported Gabi Mark III model and animations. Check in. So now I can open Unreal and not worry about the world ending. So that's fantastic. Crunchy visuals, yeah, I know. I have to. Look, the camera. I could up the resolution, but then the motion would be really choppy, and that's not so good. So I have to do it at 720p. It actually used to not be a problem because I used to stream at 720p, but then I got better internet and now I can stream HD. Well, actually, yeah, 720p isn't considered HD anymore, is it? All right, Rockman, thank you so much for the $1.99. Epic. So generous, thank you. I will use that to get a camera that will work. Do 480i. Oh, you know what I want to do? I haven't gotten this to work, but like about a year ago, I bought a PlayStation 2 iToy camera. And one day I'm like, I just want to get on stream, and it's like got the iToy camera for my face cam, and the entire stream is just like 256p, and my computer is like the DPI is just screwed. I thought it'd be really funny, but I can't find drivers for the iToy camera, so I've had to put off that plan. All right, so back to serious business now. I'm going to show you how this was looking yesterday. We imported some of Gabi's test animations in Unreal, and they're not, they're not work in progress, but it's just to get an idea and a feel for everything, and what I think I'm going to need. So I know the runs are going to need some more work. I'm really obsessed with the slide jump. I think it looks sick. It's like the coolest pose ever of her doing a flip. And then I have the clamber jump, which is a bit sloppy, needs some work. And then there's like just the idle itself, which I think I want to work on the idle first today. Get some movement in there because it looks really stiff. And then there's more jump stuff that we haven't gotten to work. I'm just trying to think if I can get one of those working right now. Because I do have an animation for jump moving, and I'm just wondering if I should bother trying to get that working first. I don't know, I'll just do the idle. We can probably do that later. I know, it's not that I need an adapter, like it's a USB for the iToy camera. It's just there's like Windows 10 does not physically like software, software, it just doesn't, it won't recognize it. So you need specific drivers that, I don't think they're like legit, I think they're like fan-made drivers, I'm pretty sure. So I've been trying to like hunt down drivers that aren't going to give me a virus. Which is, yeah, because as it turns out, the guys at Sony they didn't design the iToy to be used with a computer from 20 years in the future, which I don't know what they were thinking. Why wouldn't you do that? But yeah, that's sort of how it is. All right, so I want to work on the idle. Let me get me reference. So I'm going to be using this dude for idle reference, just with watching how he moves. Because I want to get some of that. I thought we had some of that movement in. Well, yeah, we don't have a lot. Gabi's idle is very static right now. It just goes between two poses. But I want to start moving, you know, adding some in-betweens to the idle. And then if I can get some of that in, there's these two animations I haven't made yet that I'd like to. And I don't remember what this was for. We'll see how we do though. So let me move that over. The aesthetic of this game's environment reminds me of Splatoon, and I love it. Oh, thank you. I have not played Splatoon, but I'm assuming that's a compliment. I'm assuming Splatoon looks good. So thanks. Okay, so Gabi's idle. I'm pretty happy with the pose. I think it's pretty cool. It's pretty, you know, it's when we get some movement in it, it'll look even better. Now, getting this sort of movement... Oh, why is... Oh, come on. I thought it had the... You know when YouTube gives you the little thing in the corner and it's like, experiencing interruptions? Find out why. And it's like, oh no, please, not now. Not now. So, let's start. I'm just trying to think where to put my next keyframe on this guy. I think we're going to put one in the middle of these two keyframes, because I want this to be a very like slow and steady animation. So actually, maybe the way to do this, maybe we actually might want to use just interpolation for this. Maybe we might actually we might have an easier time using interpolation instead of turning it off and then doing stuff with it. Okay, it's gonna look stiff, but if we add a keyframe here, okay, that's actually very fast. Or is it? Actually, I don't know. I know it's gonna look very robotic for the moment, but this animation's a little different than the other ones. So with the other animations, I've been doing a technique called pose to pose, where you basically just map out the key poses and then do the in-betweens later. But for something like an idle, you kind of have to do it straight ahead, which is where you just do each keyframe one at a time in sequence. So it says the pose is strong, especially from the back. Well, that's the idea. I want it to look pretty, you know, distinct. And I'm starting to see, now that I'm looking at it with the curve, with all the curves on, I can see her shoulder is moving way too much here. So I'm gonna approach this one a bit differently to the others. So I'm gonna keep the interpolation on, because what we can essentially do is, if we get it looking good with the interpolation, we can just then sample the animation and cut out, because this animation is not gonna have a variable. We're not going to space the frames out, I don't think. I think it's going to be a constant on 2s, 30 FPS. You know, maybe that's why it looks too fast. This needs to be 30 frames long. Because I want this to loop for about a second, which is 30 frames in this case. Yeah, this looks a bit better. So you can see that you can see her breathing, which is good, but because of the way I've done this, I haven't offset anything, so it looks very robotic. So we're going to play around and see what we can do about that. But first order of business is I want to... What is going on with her shoulder there? Her shoulder should not be twisting that much. I feel like something's not quite right with that. Oh yeah, I got to turn on auto key. That's right. It just looks like her shoulder's sort of wobbling. It's not looking... Yeah, actually, that looks worse. Like, it shouldn't... Maybe I start going in these bones to compensate. Actually, yeah, her shoulder... Just in this pose, I do like this pose, but I do think her shoulder... It looks a little... like she's doing that, which doesn't look relaxed at all. So maybe it's just on this pose that's the problem. In fact, oh, it's because I've got this scaled up. That's why the shoulders stick out more, because she's sucking in all that air. So her body's going to expand a bit. So this is where like the tweak bones come in handy. So, because it just looks a little uncomfortable, so I might move her hand a bit as well. And I know that it's not just the norm. I know the normals have like that weird problem with them. I'm not talking about the crinkling of the normals. That's still something I haven't fixed. But the thing I'm kind of keeping an eye on is just how comfortable it looks, whether I see like pinching or anything. And this doesn't really look comfortable. Maybe it's her neck. Maybe her neck has to move a little. There's just little tiny details now. I think the general pose is good. It's just, she just looks a little bit like she's forcing that arm out a little too much. That's my, that's what I'm feeling. Like she needs to relax. She's got to just chill out. Yeah, see, that's a bit nicer. Now her shoulder isn't like dislocated. It's sort of resting better. If I turn the shader on, it looks a little more pleasant. But we do want them to sort of, so I'm just looking at this idol, because the shoulders move outwards on this guy. So I'm trying to kind of pay attention to some of what they do in this animation and some of what they do on this animation, trying to look for like patterns. And typically on a lot of their characters, their torso expands and contracts like this when it's breathing. And then they'll do something with the abdomen. They have a lot of, they're moving a lot of the bones in the abdomen. Like this one is a bit more, where they have the actual belly moving left and right, which I'm not sure if I'll do that. But this pose for the Guilty Gear characters is like the closest one to Gabi, even though the anatomy of this guy is a bit different. The general stature is the closest there is. And this is not too similar, but I'm just sort of paying attention to how everything moves, because I have a lot of the similar bones that can do this stuff. And these little movements here, these are kind of what is going to make, especially for the idol, where he's, you know, Gabi's going to be standing still, so that's when you'll have a lot of time to really pay attention and suck in the detail. But you can see that if you look at like his bicep, it's scaling in and out. It's like squishing in and out. His like hips are twisting just a little bit. His belt is sort of going up and down a little bit. And then his legs are actually pretty still, but there is there's a bit of movement there. There's a bone in his leg there that they're moving slightly. And then in the later games, I think in the game they did after this, they go crazy. And it's like, I think in the next game, the same character, his entire like calves and everything are actually just jiggling and scaling around like crazy. Like here, they're a bit more conservative with it. So I'm trying to sort of match this, but not the game that came after. I think it's a little too much. It's a bit too much. But this, I think I can figure that out. I can figure out something like this. So you can see here too, pay attention to his thighs. They do put some scaling in there for the muscles. So they have a little bone in this area right here that's scaling. So you can see the crease is like moving slightly. And then the knees, which I do have a bone for. And even these little bits on his leg there are moving. And then the hair as well. So I'm just like trying to take it all in. And yeah, you can see here if I use my mouse to kind of track where I think that bone is. It's like moving this way. Yeah. So I'm just taking it all in. So I'll leave that on my other screen. I think anime movies are 12 frames. Well, yeah, so here's the mistake I made last time, is that I did what anime movies do exactly, which, as it turns out, looks not great in a video game. So a little detail, I think it was in the Arc System talk, I missed this one little detail when I did Gabi's first model, and that's that Arc System works, instead of doing 24 frames on 2s, which would be 12 FPS, and that's not fixed, by the way, that's variable. But instead of doing it general baseline 24 FPS on 2s like most anime, they actually did 30 FPS on 2s for the game. Because 24 FPS in a game, it just looks kind of worse. So 30 FPS on 2s, this is what this is. It's like a slight adjustment and compromise just for the fact that it's a game. So it still has the anime look, but it's actually at a slightly higher frame rate. And I notice it because I've looked at this for so long, but most people think it isn't. Like, when I first looked at this, I thought it was 24 on 2. But if you spend, like, hundreds of hours studying this like me, you'll realize that, oh, actually, that's 30, not 24. So, yeah. So I'm gonna do I'm doing 30 this time, and that should mean, because I know that some people were complaining about the animation jankiness, and I think a lot of the problem isn't the frame rate, but the frame rate was slightly too low. But a lot of the other issues were actually not to do with the frame rate, it was to do with the anatomy, which was a much more serious problem, which is why this model was redone from the ground up. But now that that's out of the way and the frame rate is going to be just a little higher, I think it's going to solve all of those problems that I was having once and for all. So yeah, you can actually see this is the old keyframe. Her shoulder's like moving back way too much here. So let's copy the end and paste. There we go. That's a bit more comfortable, right? But now her something still doesn't look right here. I think I might have put maybe on this keyframe there's too much movement. What I might do though, I might speed this up just so that I can go between these a bit quicker. So I'm going to do it at double speed, and I know it's going to look a bit crazy, but it's just to make it a bit more convenient for me. Foils Art says Strive has... Yeah, Strive has a lot. I've looked at the Strive models, and it's pretty crazy. Gabi has a lot of bones too, but nowhere near the amount Strive does. So I know some people have been like worried, saying, Ray, how many bones do you have? You can't have too many bones. And it's like, if Arc System Works can have 400 bones, I think I'm fine. Like, I have nowhere near that many, and their game runs pretty well, and I'm sort of... Some of the constraints I have are similar. Like, I know I'm not making the same game, but I'm not going to have more than, like, 5 characters on screen, and only one of them will be this complicated. Gabi's going to be the only character on screen at any point that is this complicated, so I think that's fine. The only other characters are like enemies, which are way more primitive, which I think I can get away with. That's probably fine. Yeah, her shoulders look... She's moving her shoulders way too much. I like the left, her right shoulder, but the left shoulder is going a bit crazy. Oh, it's because I'm moving her arm. That's probably why. Yeah, it looks like she's like deliberately moving her shoulder up, which is not... I'm not really vibing that myself. I'm not really vibing that. So maybe I have to move you down a bit. But there's probably another bone that's moving that. It's probably this fellow. It's probably the scaling. I mean, this is a little better now that I've compensated for that twist a little. But I think maybe even on this pose, we've got to relax her shoulders a bit. It's a bit better. Like, it isn't going up and down as much. But yeah, because the idea is you want the chest expanding, but you don't want the shoulders to like go up. You want them to go outwards, but not up. And you don't want it to look like she's trying to, on purpose, move her shoulders. They should look like they're moving as a reaction to the chest, not as her deliberately moving the shoulders, because I don't think anyone does that. I mean, me, you know, I move my shoulders a fair bit. I'm a pretty active guy, but I mean, I don't, you know, for the average person, probably not. I'm not the only one that does that, right? When I'm standing still, I'm doing this all the time because you know, like a regular person. I'm not the only one that does that. Nah. And yeah, her neck looks. Sorry, Gabi, your neck looks like it's hurting a bit. I'm just trying to look at the I don't think I've done anything to her stomach yet, because the stomach has to. Because I actually didn't learn until maybe a few months ago how to actually breathe properly. You have to inhale so much air that it, like, your stomach, not your chest, but your stomach should be moving. So Gabi's breathing is actually probably not proper form, but people kind of expect the chest to move. Like, that's what people expect. So we'll see if we can get some stomach movement going a bit as well. And maybe, I don't know, maybe we sort of even it out and add a bit to the stomach and take a bit off the chest, maybe. Okay, it's really hard to tell that I've actually moved anything there. Okay, that's very exaggerated. But it kind of looks like she is, you know, it doesn't look as stiff as it used to on the old model, right? Okay, I don't want to move that one. Oops, didn't mean to do that. But her arm looks a bit stiff. Oh dear, no, not like that. So yeah, this might take a bit to get into the groove of, because I haven't animated like this straight ahead, like for an idol, in a while. Havia says diaphragm. Yeah, what he said. Oh, the music's gone too? Oh no. Sorry, I'm just reading chat and you guys say the music's broken? Why is everything broken? What's going on? Let's see if I can fix that real quick, because I don't want this to be boring. Because you guys always say you love the music, but what's going on? Let me try and turn it off and on. Is the music there? Hold on, I need to turn on monitoring. 1 minute. I need to turn on monitor and output. Okay, I'm not hearing any music either, actually. Why is it all breaking? Streamlabs is just, it's just quit. Streamlabs is like, nah, I'm out. I'm headed out, and then all the music stops, the camera stops working, everything, and the mic goes way. I don't know what happened. Something I must have, like, you know, like that episode in Star Trek where the entire ship like faints and then they get up like 30 minutes later, but it's actually been like a whole day and there was some alien like doing shenanigans around the ship for an entire day while everyone was asleep. I feel like that's what happened to me. I feel like some alien has visited here and while I was asleep, they did something. They were mucking about with my settings. Why can I not hear it? I'm doing monitor and output, and I need my alert box to monitor and output as well, so I can hear stuff. But yeah, there's nothing. Stream soundtrack is gone. How do can I like disable it somehow and re-enable it? Okay, that's not working. That sucks, because I like the music too. Maybe it's like, oh please no, if it's like lost the references to the media, that's gonna be terrible. Always play. I'm trying to set it to like always play even when not visible. Please work. Okay, no, still nothing. Why? Why is it doing that? gave you a Spotify soundtrack. Well, I can't use, I would love to play my own, like, what I listen to normally, but it's copyrighted. I can't do that. I have to have my stock music. That's frustrating. I don't know why it's just all of a sudden not working. It's got all the links to the media there, because I have it set to a file, and it's got everything there, but it's just not playing it. That is disappointing. I'm disappointed in you, Streamlabs. What are you doing? What if I monitor off? Okay, no. It's still not doing it. Well, no music today. It's going to be an awkward, quiet stream. I wonder why that is. Hold on. If I change the scene back and then here again, no, still nothing. I don't think. That sucks. Damn. That's going to bother me for the rest of the day now. I can't fix it. I don't know how to fix it, but I'm just going to be thinking about it. And I'm not going to be able to sleep. That's going to really bother me. Can separate which tracks go. Well, yeah, I do that already. I have an entire thing set up with all the different tracks, but the audio source, like the media that it's meant to play, I've got all the tracks set up and everything, but it's just completely silent. It's just nothing. It's got all the links to the files. It's got the channel output and everything. Let me like triple check. Yeah, it's outputting to channel 1, which is the stream. Yeah, it's outputting to the stream channel, and it's just straight up, it's shy. It just doesn't want to. It doesn't want to do it. So I hate when that happens. That's a bit of a more complicated problem, because I know how to fix the camera. You just unplug it. I know how to fix the mic. You just unplug it. But with missing media, well, it's not missing media. I don't even know what it is. I can't even diagnose it. I have no idea what it even is. So I hate those sorts of problems where I literally have not the faintest idea why it's happening. But yeah. So I'm just gonna be, you can't, I would love to play this music, but I can't. So I'm just gonna be here listening to Perfume, just in my little music player here, but I don't have my desktop audio routed through, so you can't hear it. But this is a cool album. Anyway, it might be on Spotify, if you're a Spotify guy. It's very sort of video gamey. It's hard to, because I'm just trying to look at the hands. It's really tough with these references, because every character is like holding something. Like this guy has his hands on his hips and he's got his sword, and then this guy's holding something as well. So I just have to kind of make up like what Gabi's fists should move like. And I think they're moving too much. I want them to move up and down. Maybe just having follow through would sort of, like if I delayed the frames a bit, it would help. Well, let's just make sure, I'm just gonna make sure that everything else is sort of moving the way I want. Her back looks stiff as hell, so I know it's meant to. Oh, yeah, no, this bone is scaled wrong. It should be scaled lower here and bigger here. Because she's breathing in, the air's coming in, so her stomach should. Okay, maybe that's a bit too much. That's a little too much. So I'll shrink it a little bit. Timothy, thanks so much for the $5. Oh, that's a cute little sticker. It's a little kung fu dog. That's awesome. Just give Gabi something to hold, but she doesn't have like she doesn't hold anything. That's the whole point. She couldn't do any of her parkour if she was holding stuff. What would she even hold? Okay, that looks her torso looks a bit more natural now. But give me a minute. Can I scale? Oh, I can scale. I'm just wondering if I should be scaling, which bone I should be scaling. Because there's that one, there's this one, I guess this one, and then there's this one at the bottom, which, oh, that's her hips, so I'm going to leave that one alone. But maybe this, could we scale that even more? I wonder. Because yeah, now it looks like she's breathing. But her elbow is, it's twisting for some reason. I don't want that. I don't want her elbow twisting. Oh, well, that looks worse. That might work. It just looks like her elbow is like not moving, which I don't really want. So I might just move this down a little. That's too much. Too much. That's no. What if I just copy? I'm just gonna paste the keyframe. So her fist is like completely still, and then I'm just gonna move it like down slightly. Okay, that's more like it. But we do need some rotation, because yeah, a lot of the bones rotate. And yeah, when I look at it from the back now, it's a little too much scaling. A bit too much. What's the scale at? We'll do 1.1. Okay. Now, we're gonna do some trickery to make this look a bit better, because I'm just thinking about posing and stuff, but now we're going to try and do some timing. So I'm going to actually offset some of these by a few frames so that it doesn't look as stiff. So for instance, do her hips move? They do a little bit. And actually, do I want any twist? Before I move on, I should decide if I want the hips to twist a little, because I noticed that for a lot of these animations, the hips will sort of twist slightly. So I'll add a little bit of that. But they seem to, like, if you pay attention, especially this one, the hips sort of pivot like that. And the legs sort of relax. So Gabi's legs don't really move that much yet. Yeah, I know. Look, I'm playing it on double speed. You gotta let me cook. I'm playing it on double speed deliberately, so I can scrub through this quicker, so there's less in between frames. And then once I'm happy, we're gonna scale it out and slow it down, so that it takes me less time to watch the whole animation when I have it on double speed. In fact, I'll play the Can I play the reference at double speed without it breaking? Because I have an extension turned on. Okay, I'm gonna play the reference at double speed as well, just to save time, because that's less stuff I have to look at. I can see the loop quicker. So this is how it looks at double speed, and it's actually kind of easier to see the movement at double speed. You can see everything that's moving. So the knees are actually kind of moving quite a lot there, and the hips are sort of going bobbing up and down just a little bit. So it's like he's shifting his weight between the two legs, which, do I want to do that? Maybe, I don't know. I can't do it exactly because his legs are, his center of mass is a bit different. But maybe a little bit, because Gabi's leaning on this leg. She's putting all of her weight here. So maybe she sort of, because I think having that kind of movement would sort of feel right. Because her keeping her weight always in the middle, I guess that would be balanced, but it would feel like boring. I feel like Gabi would she would be kind of shifting her weight around deliberately, not because she's not balanced, but because she needs a rhythm. Like when I'm looking at this guy stand, and I think about if I had to picture standing in an empty like room for like 5 seconds, and if I'm Gabi, if I'm active, I'm going to be shifting my weight because it's just like I'm doing this while sitting down just to get a feel for it. I'm like putting my weight on my different legs because there's like a pulse to it. If you're not doing that with your weight, if you're like perfectly still, you kind of lose. There has to be some principle. I don't know. I'm not a fitness guy. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know the rules. But I feel like if you stop moving, well, actually no. Okay. I'm gonna bring up a really obscure example of my database of knowledge. So tennis, okay? Hear me out. So in tennis, because I used to play tennis, the thing with tennis is that you never want to stop moving. Because if you stop moving, it's more effort to start moving again from when you're stopped. But if you're constantly moving your feet, it's easy to change directions. Like you don't have the inertia of being still that you have to fight against to get yourself to move again. Because you're always moving, so you're always in flow, just like Gabi is, right? So I feel like this weight shifting is we need something like that in there. Just as my little version of her being on the move. Because in an idol, of course, she's going to burn herself out if you're moving like a tennis player. Because tennis players really, like, when I was like doing tennis as a kid, like my coach was always yelling at me, like, you got to move more, because I was always like, I'm a programmer, okay, so I'm always sitting still. But the I want to look at some tennis footage just to see if I get any ideas for anything else, because I haven't played it in a long time. And I'm not talking about Wii tennis, because they don't have legs, that's cheating. I'm talking about like just regular tennis. So I don't know if they have any, like if you watch tennis players, I know this is a bit of an obscure, out of left field example, but if you like kind of watch how they move, you see he's always moving. There's never a point where his feet are like staying still. What about this dude? I'm just hovering my mouse over where I'm looking. So yeah, they stop moving when the ball, like when they win a point. But you see even here. Let me get a close up on that. Let's get a close up. Not on his sweaty forehead, but you see here, watch his feet. You see how he starts to sort of bounce? That's what I mean. Because if you act that out and start bouncing, you just feel ready to move. And Gabi has to be ready to move. But okay, watch what happens after he hits. Okay, no, he got a point. Because it's usually where you want to be looking is after they've hit the ball. They don't stay. I used to do this where after I hit the ball, I would stand still and my coach would yell at me. But this guy, you see his feet. He's like never. He doesn't hit it and then stay still. He's like always jumping and moving and moving. And this is just from my pool of muscle memory from like 10 years ago. But that's what I feel like should happen. Mr. Backshot, your dad is obsessed with tennis? Well, then he'll know what I'm talking about, I'd imagine. It's probably a very beginner thing. This is probably not some big brain knowledge or anything, but I feel like we could apply some of that to Gabi, which sounds really strange. We're gonna use guys, okay, tennis players. We're gonna make Gabi a tennis player. No, that's not what. I get inspiration from all sorts of places. So I reckon, yeah, with her, because her feet do not move, and I think her feet should move a little. There should be... with her old idol, which I will get open, we'll look at her old idol. There is a bit of it, like her knees bend, but her feet don't really move. I was going to show you this in game, but Unreal's just frozen. There we go. So if you look at Gabi's old idol of our current model, we'll go get in the sun. We'll get in the sunshine so you can see it easier. But Now, there's some things wrong with this one, but you see how her legs, she's shifting her weight, but the mistake I made here is that she's sort of shifting her weight up and down, not side to side. And shifting your weight up and down doesn't really do anything. It's just expanding and contracting your legs, which kind of accomplishes nothing. And that's why it looks kind of stiff, and her back does not move. Like, her entire torso does not expand or contract. Her shoulders move and her arms move, and I kind of like how the arms move, but the legs are just sort of bending. That's why it looked weird. And I didn't realize this at the time, but the legs need to move, but not like, it's not that they have to bend, it's just like, it has to look like the weight is shifting between them, which doesn't come about by just bending them like what I did here. This is not it. Because I just took the hips and did that to them, and I thought, yeah, that's good enough. But no, it's not. It's absolutely not. So, I should close Unreal to just stop my computer from dying. So that's what we need. That's what this needs. I didn't think I'd be looking at tennis today, but yeah, we go. You should make a tennis skin for a funny reference. Yeah, maybe. Actually, I do have a funny story about my tennis coach. Because I went there for a bit and I got to sort of know him a little. And he knew I was a gamer. And he was... Actually, he probably wasn't even that old. I think he was... I would have been like 12 or 11. And he might have been like 20. He seemed... Now that I'm sort of around that age, I kind of feel like, oh yeah, he was actually probably quite young. But he was a bit of a gamer as well. And we would like talk about gaming, like the latest whatever was going on. And I remember one day... He comes to me and he says, "Hey Ray, I've got a copy of Assassin's Creed. Do you want it?" And I said, "Yeah." I think it was Assassin's Creed Revelations for the PS3, and he gives it to me, and it's the weirdest game copy I've ever seen. It comes in like this tiny CD case, like a jewel case, but a really thin jewel case, not like the regular plastic cases that you see. And then the insert, I think it was like some European region thing, I don't know what it was. It had no barcode on it or anything, and the disc it didn't have like graphics on it. It was like, you know, like the platinum discs for the PS2, where it just has like, it just has the silver and then it just has the name. It doesn't have any artwork. The disc looked like that, but just white. And it said like Assassin's Creed Revelations on it. And I'm like, oh, cool. So I put it in my PS3. And then I find that not only does it have Assassin's Creed Revelations on it, but it has Assassin's Creed 1 on it as well. So it has 2 games on it. And I'm like, oh, sick. Freaking thanks, tennis coach. So I don't know if all of the copies of that game came with both, but yeah, the packaging was the most obscure thing I'd ever seen. I've not seen another game look like it, and it had the box art, but it was in this little paper insert like you'd have for a jewel case. It's really weird. It might have been some promotional copy or something. I don't know. I don't think it was a bootleg, because it had all the official logos and branding and everything on it. And it was like, I can spot the difference between fake branding and not fake branding. Like all the fonts, the kerning, everything was perfect. It looked legit, but I think it might have been just some kind of promo demo, like some journalist copy or something. You know how journalists will get those where it's like promo copy with an embargo on it? I think it must have been something like that, because I know for music they do that sort of thing where they'll distribute demos of CDs. I don't know if they still do this, but back in 10 years ago they'd have like you'd send a CD demo and the box art was like, it had the final like kind of thing, but then you turn it over and it's just got Arial text for the track list and stuff. So maybe there's sort of a similar thing for games perhaps. That'd have to explain it, because it wasn't like fake. It didn't look fake. It just looked like unusual, like not consumer level. So I still have that somewhere, but it's yeah, that investment in learning tennis paid off, because I got two Assassin's Creed games out of it. Thanks so much, Sonic Kai, for the 20 Canadian bucks. Thank you so much. That's so generous. You must go now, but loving these streams. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you love them. Was it bootleg? No, it wasn't a... Well, actually, now I'm curious. I have to look this up. PS3 game Because it has the little thing that's like for not for resale or something. Review copy. I'm gonna search review copy and see what if there's any pictures of them online. I feel like it was a review. Yeah, it looked like this, and it's in red. Yeah. So it's a review copy. It looked exactly like this. And it comes in this really tiny jewel case, except my one had a little insert with the cover art on it. But yeah, it looks like this. Oh yeah. Actually, it has this little disclaimer on it. Yeah, promo only. So I don't know if I'm gonna get in trouble. I don't know if my tennis coach is gonna get in trouble for somehow coming across a promo copy of Assassin's Creed. But this was like a while ago. But yeah, it had a. Is there any other pictures of the cases? Because yeah, it's this really thin case, and I actually think it's a pretty neat idea. Because imagine how much space, because these cases, I love these, but these are big. Imagine how much space you'd save if every game case was this tiny. Yeah, it looked, yeah, here we go. It's got the artwork in it. It only shows the back, but it has like this thing. Yeah, this is exactly how it looked. It has all the ratings and everything on it, but it's in this little square shape, and then it's got like no barcode, and then the disc looks like that. So, yeah. Anyway, that's a very obscure story, but hell yeah. Game packaging. I could talk for a whole hour about game packaging, but I will not on this today. Yeah, see, I don't know how he got it. I'm very curious how he came across it. That's what I want to know. And it wasn't an Australian region copy. It was like a region 2 copy. Because Australia is region 4. But this was a region 2 copy. And it had the PEGI rating on the front. And I'm like, where on earth did you get this from? Like, because I know you don't live in the UK. I know that for a fact, because I see you every week. So you don't live in the UK. Like he never explained where he got it from, but he just he just gave it to me. So it was really weird. He didn't even ask me to buy it off him. He's like, "Do you want it?" And I said, "Hell yeah." So God, the more I think about that story, the weirder it is. It actually does sound pretty weird. All right, anyway, so I was gonna do something to her legs, that's right. Shifting her center of weight. So her hips have to sort of lead into where she's going to shift. So I'm just going to try and look at this from a POV point of view here. Might turn on snapping. Maybe my tennis coach was secretly a games journalist. Maybe he moonlit as a journalist behind the scenes reviewing games. That has to be it. I can't think of another reason. Okay, now this is going to look a bit weird. Oh, yeah, hold on. I think I know what to do. I'm going to copy, paste. Oh, no, that's too much. No, that's too much. Let me undo. No, I want to approach this another way. I don't like what I did here. Because the twist, it's sort of at a different rhythm than the rest of the idol. The twist sort of starts in the middle here. And then here it sort of twists back. It sort of does that, but more not as bad. Oh, thanks so much, Coesta, for the $2. Do I ever want Project Feline to be on a disc? Well, that's... Before I answer that question, we gotta make sure we know the difference between want and will happen. I would want it on a disc. I would really want it on a disc, but that doesn't mean it will be. It just means I would like it. That'd be cool. But that can get kind of complicated. Because, upfront cost, it's not like you have to minimum order quantities, stock. inventory. I don't know how to do that stuff. And I can't just get one disc. You can't just ask, hey, Nintendo, can you just give me like a cartridge or whatever platform? Hey, PlayStation, can you just give me a disc of my game? No, you gotta have like probably a minimum like 500 at minimum, I think. I don't actually 100%. I've heard the number 500, but it might be more or less for some. And unless I have like an exact beat by beat strategy on how I'm going to distribute those, which is a lot of work, which I have not done, I'm just going to stick with digital because it's just more feasible for a one-man army like myself. But if I somehow knew exactly how to do it and I knew it would not cost, I wouldn't lose money, then yeah, I'd want to. No, it isn't. There is twist. There is twist in the hip. It doesn't actually move side to side on this. It's like a twist. But maybe we'll move it a little, but we can't move it too much. But I think the twist, the reason it looks a bit abrupt here is because the... Give me a sec. Let me cook. Yeah, it looks like it's... No. Okay, no. Now that I'm looking at it more... I'm gonna undo all that. I want to try this again. This isn't the way. Do I want the game on other platforms other than Steam? Well... Look, like, what I want, I don't think it's really relevant what I want. I'm pretty confident I can get it. I mean, it will be on Steam. That's the only one I'm kind of comfortable saying, because I absolutely know that it will be. Whether I want it on other platforms, it's not really up to me. It's sort of up to the way that works, the way getting it on other platforms works, like consoles and stuff, is you have to submit it to the console manufacturer. So that could be Nintendo, it could be Microsoft or Sony, or the Ouya people if they're still around. And you have to pitch to them and say, you know, I think my game would do great on your platform. Now, if you're like me, they're probably not going to look at you because they don't know who you are. Because I've heard some people say that, like, oh, if you've seen what's on the eShop, anyone can, like, I mean, I've seen some games that look pretty bad, like student level type stuff on the PlayStation Store. So I know most people look at that and think, oh, well, anyone can get onto these consoles. But the reason they're on there is because they're going through a publisher that has a relationship with the console person. And they are the ones that actually get it published. And that's basically just by means of, we know the publisher, so yeah. And the publisher, basically, they have their relationship with it, and they get like 50 games from all over the place. Like, you know those clone mobile games? I call them mobile games, but I've literally seen these on the PlayStation Store of like Flappy Bird clones, and it's like the same studio, and they've made 10 of them, and they're all the exact same, except one of them has a donut as the character, and one has a bicycle, and it's literally a reskin. The only reason they can do that is because the publisher is there doing that. The console person will look at the publisher. They don't really look at the developer, I don't think. It's just sort of like, okay, yeah, the publisher, we have a relationship with you, and, you know. And a lot of the time, I mean, I don't know what those are like for that type of scale, because my game's probably not in that category. But that's why they can get it on there. And you'll notice as well that even the really bad looking games have like age ratings on them, because the publisher has like their automated workflow on how to get all that. So I find that even these really, really obscure, weird taco run type games, they have like age rating verified and stuff on it, which costs money to do as well. But because they pump out so many, they can afford to kind of put up with the hoops to do all that stuff. But I'm not really competing in that same... I'm not really playing that game. I'm not really doing that. So the rules are not really the same. for me. So if you're like a complete independent guy like me and you don't have like someone you're signed to or whatever, I have heard that it can be harder, but not impossible. But then there's the whole what if they say yes? That's if they say yes to you and you're some random dude that they've never heard of, if they say yes and they think your thing's good enough, then you actually have to get it running, which is, I've heard it can be a whole other nightmare depending on the project. Actually, this looks pretty good, the hips. I was kind of autopiloting that, but this is kind of how I want it. Anyway, so yeah. So it's a bit of a process, and I haven't done it before. So that's why I don't want to come out here and say that it's going to be on whatever platform, because I have literally not done it. And I'm very skeptical when developers come out who have never made something and say that they're going to release it on Switch. Especially like those Kickstarters you see where they have like the Switch release as a stretch goal, because you actually have to like get approved first, and I don't know if they actually bother doing that. They just sort of say, yeah, we'll do a Switch version, and then I don't know if they know what hoops you have to actually jump through. So I haven't done it, that's all I can say. And I don't really know whether it's even worth trying or not. There's a lot of variables you have to consider before committing to something like that. So that's kind of, I know it's a long answer, but it is a complicated question. It isn't really a matter of whether it just releases and magically it's on the whatever platform. There's actually quite a bit that goes into it. But the thing is, I don't even know the half of it. This is just what I've heard secondhand. So there's probably heaps more to this that I'm probably not privy to, because it's a lot. The reason you can't find information on this is that it's all under NDA. So if you were to go up and ask a developer, how do I port to Switch? They legally can't tell you because they're under an NDA not to, because they can't. Because I've read the agreements for some of these things, but that's as far as I've gone. And I just have heard about the process from secondhand accounts. But it sounds like it's not just as simple as you go to the export menu and export to PlayStation. It isn't, no. It's not like that. And then there's probably like the platform fees too. I don't even know what those would be for PlayStation and whatever, all those guys. Because I know Steam is 30. I don't know what it is for the others. So you can see with the twisting hips here, you see how the knees still kind of bend? But they don't bend in a weird, unnatural way like the old model. So that's kind of cool. And I know it's like sped up, but and yeah, so I think now is probably a good time we can move on to timing, delaying, and having some follow through going through here, because at the moment everything is very synchronous, which is why it looks still a bit robotic. But so this is the next trick in my sleeve. The next trick is to sort of take each bone as it's further away from the spine. You just offset it by more keyframes. So the hands, for instance, we'll offset that by 3. And it's going to look a bit weird at first. Maybe 3 is a little too much, actually. Maybe just 2. And we'll take the like the shoulders and we'll offset that by 1. Even this kind, maybe we don't even need to do that much, actually. This is not looking terrible. So if I'm just going to see how this looks when I slow it down, because it's kind of hard to judge now. So if I scale that by, oh, oops. Yeah, the reason I chose Steam at the moment is because you don't really have to jump through any of that stuff. And I know if it were me buying the game, I'd buy it on Steam. So that's why I can pretty confidently say Steam. But as for the other platforms, I just don't know enough about them yet to really say. Do you think Unreal makes the process easier? I mean, yeah, sure, it will. But it makes a hard process easier. So it doesn't mean it'll be an easy process. I mean, sure, I would be a lot worse off if I was doing my own engine. That's for sure. If it was my own custom engine, it probably would never happen. But if I'm using Unreal, it's like, okay, there's a chance it'll happen. But even if you're using Unreal, you can still screw it up. Like there's still even like with these proprietary engines, there's still
Yeah, there's still weird things that happen. One example I can think of is Outbound Ghost. I was actually looking at this again recently because we talked about this on stream a few weeks ago. There was some publisher dispute with it, and I remember getting like kind of interested in what the situation was. And that whole, I don't know who here is familiar with that story, but the quick version of it is allegedly I think the game developer is suing. No, the publisher is suing the developer for defacing the Steam page. Because the developer, according to the developer, it was like the publisher had like rushed him. They had released a commercial retail version of his game without getting approval from him first, and it ran terribly. I think this was on Switch, I think. And he actually had like it kind of blew up into this big sort of controversy. And that's kind of that was interesting because he gave lots of details, which you don't really see that often. So I scooped that up and absorbed as much as I could. And I don't know what publisher it was. I can't remember, but it was it was awful. It sounded pretty bad. But he had like he had his camera filming his Switch with his game running on it, and I think he uses Unity, I think. And yeah, it was running at like 2 FPS or something crazy. And so yeah, even with like those proprietary engines, for whatever reason, it can still go wrong. And I don't know the rest of the details. I'm assuming all I know is that if I'm not careful, that could be me. So that's all I know. But that's all the detail I really have on it. I don't know. I don't know if you guys have heard of that one, but if you have, maybe there's stuff I'm missing. So feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on anything there. But it's just weird because I see copies of the game in real life all the time, like on shelves. And every time I look at it, I just am reminded of the horror story with the publisher. Whoa, that's a cool name. Acronymus. That's a cool name, Acronymus. I love the way that sounds. I'm pronouncing that correct, right? Acronymus. That sounds sick. Sorry. Acronymus says, just wanted to say thank you so much. Thanks to you, I'm finally working on properly learning Blender. Oh, that's awesome, man. Well, you're very welcome. Pixstatic says, okay, sorry. I haven't been checking YouTube chat. One version of UE4 has Ouya compatibility. Okay, that's pretty funny. Kingdom says, I know someone who knows someone who has a studio with a dev kit. He did port his Construct game to Switch. I don't know if the difficulty for UE, but it's more accessible. Well, I hope so. I think because there's two main, there's two groups, there's two sides of it that I see. There's the technical side, and then there's the logistical business side. And both of them are very foreign to me. So all I've heard is, I haven't heard any stories where it's gone flawless. That's all I have. I don't have my own experience to go off, but every time I've heard people talk about porting, they are not smiling. They always say that it was like a complete nightmare and that it was, I mean, I guess it must have been worth it, but I have not heard anything good. The thing I always hear is that it's always harder than you think it is. And knowing how things have gone for me, I'm inclined to believe that assertion, because I found that to be the case with just about everything. I guess if you have a publisher to do it for you, then it is probably pretty easy. But then the game there is how well can you get on with and trust your publisher. And that's something I don't really want to find that out, personally. I've heard lots of bad, well, like the Outbound Ghost story and others about publishers, and I don't know, I can't picture myself doing the publisher thing. I've researched a lot into it, and I just can't see myself doing it. It just doesn't seem like me. Seems like too much drama. So, yeah, so when I say porting, I'm not saying that I'm gonna like have someone do it. I mean, for me to do it myself, which is probably not most people. I think most people probably outsource it. Actually, maybe that's why it I don't know. Because I'm trying to now separate the horror stories I've heard, if those were a result of outsourcing it or the guys doing it themselves. Because if all of those stories are a result of outsourcing, then that problem it's probably not even a technical problem. It's probably just working with people problem, which is very common. So maybe, I don't know. But again, this is all just, I'm just sort of collating information I've collected. This isn't like my own lived experience here. This is just what I see from over the hedge. But yeah, it sounds complicated. I mean, not saying I won't do it. I'm not saying what I will do. I'm just sort of, to answer that question, I'm just giving you my lay of the land of what that actually means to like port it. But I don't know what I'll do. That's a decision I have yet to make. I just know that it's not going to be as simple as right-click export. I'm just looking at her head. Her head looks a little stiff. The actual like body movement though is not terrible. I could probably like, I just want to touch up the head and maybe do the tail. And maybe move the hips side to side a little bit actually, because the twist is there, but I don't want to move her side to side too much, but just a little bit. Like maybe here. No, I don't like that. Ooh, maybe like this. I kind of want her to keep, I want her to shift her weight, but I want it to still be weighted mostly to her right leg. This looks a little too, it's a little too much, but we're getting close. It's getting warmer. Acronymous says, oh, what's this? A lot of indie games launch Steam first and then get physical ports later. Yeah, that's... Now, I'm not saying what my plan is, but that idea sounds more sensible to me. It sounds more risk-averse, which is what I would... if I had to make a decision right now, I would make that choice. But I'm not going to make that decision now. But it sounds, you know, it sounds like a smart idea. Why is the shading on her right so messed up? Oh, it's just a Blender glitch. It's something I can probably fix, but I haven't been bothered to fix it yet. It's just it's the mirror modifier, just not... Oh yeah, actually, yeah, so look at the hip movement here. What do we think? I know that there's at the end, it looks like she stops for a little. That's just a timing thing. Don't worry about that. I'll fix that. But just the general pose movement and stuff. What do we reckon? Yeah, well, besides the tail, I'm just the body. We'll do the tail after, because the tail is gonna be very swayy. But just for the body, what do we reckon? Is this the idle? Yes, this is just the idle animation. Cloester says, oh, that's better, in all caps. Well, that's great news. That's awesome. Straight up, Unity's default P settings will almost never run on Switch. Have you tried that? Because I don't know, but that's kind of terrifying if that's true. If that's true, that scares me. But I'm not using Unity, so I guess I don't have to worry about it. Too much range? Too much range? You mean the hip, like the movement on the hips is too much? Yeah, maybe a little bit. More offset between torso and hips? Oh, like, you mean like a movement offset? Or the time, because I think the timing offset, actually, is it? Hold on, because I know that this is lagging behind a little. Maybe I'll lag it a little bit more, just an extra frame. And then for these breathing ones, actually, yeah, now that I think of it, this bottom bone should come in a bit later. It should start scaling a little bit after. Oh, whoa, what did I just do? Okay, no, let me undo that. It looks, I think something about that, what I just did didn't seem right. Okay, let's try, let me just look at the torso. So I think that maybe I'll do this one a bit early, like I'll have it go early, so that the stomach and then the chest kind of follows. I guess that would make sense, wouldn't it? Yeah. Okay, now I've offset the scaling just by a frame, which isn't a lot, but, well, a frame is kind of a lot, actually. Like, it doesn't seem like a lot, but it can make a huge difference. So now the expanding is now happening a frame later. which I kind of do like. But I do think the upwards tilt, that tilt needs to happen a little bit later, which is on this bone, I think. So let me save. So yeah, sort of like this. I don't know, is that too much? Maybe that's a bit too much. Maybe, so 1 frame less. Ooh. And, oh, you know what's really cool? Because she kind of moves a little bit to the side now, we can also have the hair do a bit of swaying as well, which would be really cool. More dip in the hips. Ooh, I think I see what you mean, but I do want to be conservative with the hips. But it does look like it's moving down the way it's moving. So let's look at this dude's hips, because it has the twist, but then it goes up and down at a certain rhythm that's not the rhythm I have to just be careful of. So this bone. Maybe in these in-betweens it sort of goes down a bit. Actually, before I move it, I'm just going to save. Like this. Actually, this is kind of... It's a bit more tennis-like with her sort of... Like, as she shifts, instead of just going side to side, she goes down and dips down as she moves to the side. Instead of just going straight to the side, she goes like down a little bit. What do we reckon? Back of the neck looks like it's getting wider. Does it? I don't really... Oh, that's just her shoulder blades, I think. I think it might be if we turn the material on. Although yeah, actually now that I look at it, here, this has to maybe come down a bit more. So that's with more dip to the hips. That's what that would look like. Which I think I would agree. Yeah, it looks a bit more jumpy. It's just I know the fists look a little stiff yet, but that's something I can fix. Maybe the other way around? Huh. We'll try. Let me just save. Oh wait, yep. Let me just copy the Z value, and we'll give that a try. Oh, hold on. Ah, there we go. So you mean like on these bits? Oh, I see. Oh. It's got a different feel to it, doesn't it? So she's sort of going up between instead of down between. Actually, I like that too. I kind of like them both. Because she's ready to dance? Hell yeah. Well, actually, yeah, someone, I think yesterday we showed some fan art of, like, someone drawing Gabi in a dress doing, like, some kind of dance. The first thought I had looking at it was, she can dance? Because, you know, Gabi doesn't tell me everything, okay, so I don't know if she can dance. But if she could, like, that'd be the biggest kept secret she's kept from me to date. Rockman says, I hope another studio looks at this game and gives you a contract you agree with. I kind of just hope they leave me alone, to be honest. I don't really want to deal with that anymore. I wasted so much time. I'm honest, like, you know the saying, like, if you want it done right, just do it yourself? I'm going really hard with that idea. But yeah, I don't think I'm the kind of guy that's meant for that, for the traditional way. I don't think that's me. Actually, yeah, the more I'm looking at this, I like this sort of, this hip movement. She can break dance. Hell yeah. She breathe more for her stomach. Well, yeah, well the thing is that a lot of breathing animations I see breathe from the chest as well, and I think that's just kind of what people expect. But maybe we'll tone it down a little. Yeah, it does look a little... With the hips moving as much as they do, it's a bit more noticeable now. So I might try and tone it a little down. I want to do the one-handed push-out, okay, but that's just... I might need to pick something easier, because that's a big... That'll take like days to animate that. I was looking at a video this morning. I was cleaning through my footage bin, and I found some clip of some portfolio piece from some Blizzard animator doing one of the Overwatch finisher. You know, like the play of the game animations? He had like the behind the scenes of one of those. I must have saved it for some B-roll or something. And yeah, like just to do like a 2 second of the character striking a pose took like 4 days. So I'm like, okay, it's not just me, because I'm like, am I slow? And then I look at the Blizzard guy spend 4 days to have the character smile, and it's like, okay, no, it's not me. It just takes a while. So let's look at the scale. I think I should just be able to... I think it's this bone. Instead of 1.1, we'll do 1.05. So that's like kind of half. 50% less. 50% off, even. So now that the chest is going to move a bit less now with the scaling, which looks a bit more moderate. Actually, you know what kind of looks off? I think this has to come forward, this keyframe. Or not. That's a bit nicer, yeah. So now, well, let's try and fix the fists. That's the next thing that's kind of jumping out at me. I think I'm pretty happy. I can't think of anything else to do with the rest of this. But the hips, sorry, the fists. Yeah, because I've offset them, they're not really looping properly. So we'll fix that. And we have this cool little neat trick where we just keyframe the end and copy you back to the beginning, and kablam. Actually, we should just kind of, not just with the fist, we should really do that with everything. So we'll copy that and paste it here. Actually, we'll copy all of that and paste. So now it should loop cleanly. Okay, now it's looping cleanly, but the fist does look a little stiff. Both of them do a little bit. Yeah, then once I do the fist, we'll look at the tail next. I know everyone's worried about the tail, but we'll get to that. I think her torso's leaning back too much. I don't think so. I think it's all right. Because the basic pose in-game looked pretty good, so all we're doing is just adding more movement to it. So I don't want to go too far off what I had in the base pose. I think it just looks like that because there's this cut in the mesh here. If I turn on the materials back... And I'm just, now that I'm looking at the hips, I think the fists need to kind of sort of follow the hip movement, but at a delay. So the fists should sort of have that same movement, but lagging behind. That's what I feel like should happen. So we'll try doing that. I'm just trying to think, because I've got the keyframes that are already there. I don't know if I want to keep those. Well, I'll try, hold on. I'll try my best to work just with, yeah. So I'll just move that around. Oh, actually, that kind of, just gotta copy this. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, something like that, but I know it's not looping correctly yet, but you see what I mean though. It's sort of like following the way the hips are moving, but it's a little, it's like twisting a bit too much. And then maybe it should swing out a little bit more. No, maybe not that much. Let's dial that just like half of that, like that. And then you just take this, plump that there. Now that'll loop. So that's just with the one fist for now. But before I move on to the other one, I just want to sit and study. I just want to sit and look at it. There is still something kind of weird about it though. It needs more up and down, that's what it is. It's just kind of, when I watch it move, somewhere along the line it has to, I think around the in-between here, it has to go up. Oh, no, that looks... No. No. Maybe it has to go, maybe I just did it the wrong way. Maybe it goes down here. Okay, that's, I know it looks bad. Okay, just let me cook, I know what I think I know what I want. I just have to make sure it's timed right here. So about here, it should sort of come down a bit again, and the rotation sort of lacks a little bit of these, because the wrist, it looks like she's pulling her wrist a little too much. And that looks a little aggressive. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I know it snaps at the end there, but well, I can fix that easy. Gaming Oxy says should add just for fun animations. Well, yeah, we'll get to those. I'm not sure if we'll get to those today, but I do have some. I have some ideas for some. I think yeah. Yesterday we talked about some ideas for a few, like having her do arm stretches. Like I don't want to go too overboard with them though, because there does come a point where it gets a little ridiculous. But I want a bit of fun there, but not too much. It's just the rotation. I'm just not fully happy with the rotation. The movement I'm happier with, but no. And it's I could have sworn I added something where it goes up, and it seems to have gotten rid of it. So let's. There we go. Fists look like they're on a gimbal. I don't know what a gimbal is, but I think I kind of know what you mean. Maybe I don't rotate. Maybe I'd need to not rotate them out. Maybe that's what it is. Because I'm trying to have them sway. That's what I'm trying to do, but it's not really looking the way I pictured it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take off some of the rotation on it. It's like here, in between. And then maybe here, it needs to come a bit lower. Actually, yeah, no, hold on a minute. Something is changing. On this keyframe, on frame 28, I keep moving it down and then it like moves back. But I have auto key on, but I remember pulling it further down. Because I don't remember it, I remember I pulled it down like this, I'm certain. Why is it doing, but it's doing it for all of the frames, for some reason. Because then it affects the others, I don't know. Let me just quickly test something. If I move you there, okay, now it's, alright. Maybe it's just at the angle that the fist is at. I have to like move it a bit extra so it looks like it isn't just sitting in place. Yeah, I'm just having a look at this again. It's hard to compare because they're all got their hands holding stuff. They don't have their hands just sitting loose. I don't think any of the characters in this game would, because they all have a weapon of some kind. So, is there a way to just quickly copy all of these numbers? Because I don't want to have to go one by one, because I kind of just want to have the rotation, not get rid of the rotation I've done, but at the same time, maybe there is a way. Hold on. Yeah, if I go here and just take these off, if I just keep the first one, that should stop it rotating. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's a bit nicer now. Yeah, I've just like moved them back a frame. Try again. I've just moved them, I've offset them just a little bit more, and I think I'm kind of liking that a bit better. It's just when it tries to return back, it just seems a bit... It seems a little sudden. It seems like it's... Oh, didn't mean to delete all that. Hold on. Let me try something. Can I put a key? Oh, I can't put it. I was gonna put a keyframe before 0 just so I could have it cleanly looped, but can't do that. Wrist is solidly pointing down. Well, I don't know. See, the thing, because yeah, a lot of the reference I'm looking at, I can't really use because they're all holding stuff. So I have to just kind of imagine what should be happening. And yeah, I don't really know how, like, because it'll come to me though. It always does. Once you just look at it long enough, it just sort of makes sense, usually. But this here, there's something... This is sort of where... This is going to go a little differently than the other streams, because this is where we're actually kind of putting in detail now. And this movement here, I don't like it. Maybe I have to move this out. No, I don't like... I don't care for that. Maybe here it has to come out further. Oh, I just want to select these keys. If it'll let me. But it... Oh, okay, it does. Okay, I know that... Give me a minute. Hold on. That looks worse, I know. No. I want to just get rid of the Z. That's it. I'm gonna undo the Z and just focus on the horizontal movement at the moment. Oh, okay, I think I see it. I think I see it now. Now that I'm just paying attention to one axis, I see it. It's staying too long here. So I think what I need to do for this one is have that come in more. Yeah. And the timing, the space is not even between these either. This has to come one frame forward. All right. So just the horizontal movement. And then if I, real quick, put that there so it loops. So it's not going up and down, but just the side to side. That's a bit more, because it was like on the X and Y, or the X in this case, it was like sitting still on the axis, which is why it looked kind of weird. So now it's a bit better, but now it doesn't have any bobbing to it. So we'll try, actually before I do that, we'll just do that on the other fist. I'll go look at the other fist now and we'll come back. So I'll just clear these. I'll clear these keyframes out and just do them on this fist. We'll just do them from the beginning. So it looks very close to the hips right now. That's because we haven't offset it yet. Yeah, now that I've got just less to work with there, it's a bit easier. So that's what you sort of want. You want something like that. Let me just see if those are actually lined up. Oh, they're not. I don't think. This is at frame. Oh, no, it is. Oh, no, 1 frame off. 2 frames off. Maybe... Actually, I kind of liked it a frame before. Yeah. So now they're in sync. The fists are now in sync. If you press Shift E on the keys, you loop it easier. What does that do? Shift E. What is that? These look like curve type things. I don't want to touch curves. I'm deliberately avoiding curves because eventually, well, the plan is I've got just Bezier on right now, just so that I can see the motion of it, but we're gonna cut this up and remove the interpolation once we just get the poses I want, and we're gonna sample it at a on-twos. So we're gonna cut, I'm not gonna try and adjust the curves. I think I would want to do that if I was doing a normal, like a regular animation, but because of the style, we're not gonna bother with the curves. And Fist is like clipping into armor a little bit there. But yeah, hold on. So if I take this then, let's move. I just want to move both of them so that they're in exact sync with the hips. Which actually the timing is slightly off, actually. That's something else. It's because this should end at 30 frames and it doesn't. Oh, it's probably, yeah, let's fix that. It needs to, that's the middle. Yeah, this was like transposed or whatever the word is. It was like 1 frame too long. So that's fixed. Now they're kind of going to be in rhythm. So then we'll take this, I'll just do this one. And then we'll add little upward beats here. So I know it's going to look pretty robotic still. And then we'll do the same for this side, because I got to do it here anyway. I'll get rid of the scale. Yeah, we don't need these scale keyframes. And these rotate. I'll just get rid of the keyframes we're not using here. Oh, it's going to add them anyway. All right. Okay. Oh, okay. Something must have not gone right there. Hold up. Oh, thanks, Quantum. Dragon Ball FighterZ for characters without weapons. I'll have a look. I do know that their poses are really extreme though from the ones I've seen, but let's hope that YouTube search will actually, if I type in Dragon Ball FighterZ, what's the bet that it will give me some other random game that isn't Dragon Ball FighterZ? Let's see. How to get good at Dragon Ball FighterZ. Well, that's not what I want. Animation. Yeah, then Toy Story. Why does it always give me some kids thing? Well, I was like, hold on. When I saw that thumbnail, I was like, wait, is that Aang? But no, that's some other character. I remember Dragon Ball has a character that looks like Aang. I don't know his name, but yeah, it just threw me off there for a bit. I'm like, oh my god, is that I do remember Goku's one, I think. Oh, well, yeah, this is brilliant. I type in idle animations and it shows me walking animations. Great job, YouTube. I don't want intros. I don't want character select. I just want idles. See, this, now we're gonna fight YouTube search again. That's been my biggest enemy this week, is just not getting what I literally search for. Like, yeah, what is this? I'm not searching graphics. I'm not searching... Oh, these damn shorts. YouTube, I'm worried. Okay, we've got one that's actually an idol. At the... Okay, well that's not quite what I want. That's a little too Dragon Ball for me. Yeah, so only one of these is actually idle, and I have to skip past all this junk, and then shorts, and then I finally get an idle, but it's not even... Come on, YouTube. Come on. Search all idle animations. Let's see what happens. And yeah, we just get... Oh, you meant walking? No, I didn't mean walking. I meant idle. No, I didn't mean... And it's the same two results. That's not what I want. I don't want destructive finishes. I don't want... Oh my god. I don't want dramatic finishes. I don't... No. Why is these three are all the same? These are all dramatic finishes, and I literally did not search that. What is going on? This... See, I know it's... Might look like I'm overreacting here, but I remember there was a time where you actually used to get exactly what you searched for, like 2 years ago. I don't know what happened, but it's just... Animating old Gabi, it was like actually easier to find reference. I don't know what happened. All intro... No, see, none of this. This is not what I actually asked for. Hit moves. Where part of... Where... I don't see the word idle in any of these titles. What's going on? Literally the word... Let's control F the search idle, and it's going to give me one result in the search bar. Okay, we got 6 results. What do we got? Dragon Ball Sonic Mod Pack. Well, that's not what we want. And it's just reading... Then SF's whatever the hell this is, which is not Dragon Ball. Like, what's... Like, it's not just me, right? Like, something's weird. Okay, we've got one idle, and it's Android 18, which is... what I want is just a video with every animation, with every idle animation played one after the other, just like I've got here for Guilty Gear. I just want a video like this. So I can see every character and see which one's the closest. This is kind of closer to the other character, but this is still not really it. And what's the last result? Oh, it's just this one. So, oh no. Has this guy just uploaded them all as shorts? Well, let's look at his channel. Has he just made them all shorts? Oh, he's only got 4 characters. Okay, lovely. Why did he stop at 4? Why not just do them all? See, I thought that was Aang for a minute. I'm just, you know, I'm just gonna keep going. I cannot be bothered to actually find reference anymore. It's just, YouTube search is just over. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, why? I don't know. Why is it all shorts? I don't get it. Like, I know YouTube are really trying to push shorts, but I kind of don't like them when you're gonna shove them in me like that, when I literally didn't ask for shorts. Like, that just really grinds my gears. Irritating. I'm trying to work. I'm trying to get reference here. And it's like, 2 years ago, you could do that. It was easy. You just type in and it actually gives you it. But nowadays, I have to sift through all this junk. I don't know what happened. I don't know. Does anyone have any game theories on what happened to YouTube search? I'd love to hear your game theories. What about this video? I'll try that. Please don't be a Rickroll. Please don't be a Rickroll. Okay. Well, this is more Guilty Gear. I've already got ones for this. This, however, this is what I was talking about at the beginning of the stream, where in what is it called? Strive? They kind of like upped it really high for like the animation rig complexity. So I kind of want to avoid Strive because these are a bit too good. Like, they're a little too much, you know? like, compared to the reference I was looking at a few minutes ago, like this, yeah, this was the guy, right? Like, look at, hold on, let's go back and look at his legs. Like, that is a little too, it's a bit too high budget for me. So I wanted to stick to the older game because it's just a bit more primitive. And yeah, because when I look at this, I feel despair because I'll never be this good. I mean, like, look at his freaking, like, this, whatever this muscle is, even that is, like, scaling like crazy. And this has, like, a lot more bones in it than the other game. So I've based my rig off the older game, so I want to stick to reference from that, which I already have. But yeah, they all hold stuff. That's why we were looking for Dragon Ball, because all of these guys are all holding something, which is not gonna... Gabi doesn't hold weapons. And they all have their arms up like that, which Gabi is not gonna do. But yeah, like look at his like arm. Look at it. It's like pulsing. It's pumping blood, soaring through it fast. It's pretty crazy. Raxo's game theory is it's trying to show you what it thinks you want based on what others like. But I don't want what others like. I want what I asked for in the search bar. I don't know. I can kind of believe that, but it just sounds like a stupid idea, doesn't it? Like, you've seen firsthand how frustrated I am that I can't just get what I want with when I type in the exact word for word, you know, Dragon Ball Z FighterZ idol, and everything is literally not that. Like, I don't know why it thinks I want to watch it. But, like, what other person is typing in Dragon Ball all idols and not clicking on the idol? I don't know. It just seems a little weird. It just seems a bit dysfunctional, if you ask me. And I've just realized I've got this backwards, because I'm going to offset these 2 frames anyway. So let me back up. Has to go up, not down. Oops. Wrong frame. Okay, so this, it looks... Now watch this. I know it looks bad, but watch this. If I offset this by a little, now we've got some follow through. Question is, how much do we want to offset it by? Because if we do it too much, it's gonna look too... I think maybe by 2 frames. That's what I'm feeling. Maybe even 3. Yeah, maybe 3. I'm vibing that. I'm vibing that. I'm happy with that. See, I don't need reference after all. Okay. And then we'll see if we can get something with the head. Because the head is just sort of tilting back and forward like that. Like, it looks a bit awkward on the head. So we'll have to adjust it. I'm wondering, should her head, like, have any... Just trying to think how steady her head should be. Should it sort of sway, or should it stay very still, I'm wondering. Because if I look at these clips, the head is sort of... It's sort of staying pretty tight with the upper body. This head is not really moving at all. It's very still. Kyo Kurashi says, who needs reference when you have personality? That's a good point. It's a good point. Backslash says Exard is definitely... Is Exard... I think Exard's the old one, I think. The older game. Or no, they're both called Exard, aren't they? Hold on, let me read the full comment. Xart is definitely much more what I imagine what I think anime. Strive. Well, I think they're both Xart, but one of them is Xart something and the other is Xart Strive. But yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, to me, Strive, the later one, it looks too fantastic. I kind of like the old one. It looks a bit too. I think you know what it would be. I think Strive or whatever the new one is. To me, that seems like that's like what a high budget anime studio would look like, which is not like the norm. This looks a bit more like can I find that? I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find the other one, but if I search Guilty Gear Strive all idle animations. I know someone linked it, but I actually want to see if it comes up. Okay, so for this one, it comes up first result. So I don't know what. Okay, but if we look at the guy, this dude, this fellow, if we look at his sign versus Strive, you see the difference. I know it's the scale is not the same, but the red dude, it's the same colors. But you see, just everything is just so extra, like in Strive. Is there one where it's zoomed in more? I don't know. Oh, here we go, all idols. So when I search this one, now it knows. See, Google's been listening to me talk, and now it's playing nice. Where's the guy? This dude. Yeah. So you see, it just, even the materials, because they've done some more stuff with the shaders as well, and the color grading. It just, to me, it looks too high budget. Like, it looks too good. Like, it's kind of unbelievable that some traditional studio would make every frame look that great, you know? Like, it's just a bit... It's just too much. This, however, is, like, more... This is what I want. It's more, like, I can kind of believe that. The other one, I can't believe it. It's just too... It's... No. It is good, like it's great, but it's too great. Like it's almost, it's yeah. You know what I mean. You're watching them. You see what I'm talking about. But God, yeah. Okay, I could look at those all day. Let's get back to it. The movie, but yeah, it looks more like a movie. That's it. That's exactly, man, what a great description. It does look like a movie, yeah. Oh, is it just called Strive? Okay, well then, yeah. I mean, I don't play them, so you guys will probably know. But give her a chicken head that always remains still. Yeah, we might not go that far, but I think something has to happen. The head looks like it's just attached to the neck and it isn't reacting to anything. It looks a bit strange. I think we need some movement. You know, as Tyler Ninja Blevins would say, I'm not seeing enough movement, so we need some movement. Maybe a bit of, what happens if, well, I'm just gonna save and I'm gonna try just tilting it and see. I don't think I'll like it, but I just want to see it just to make sure I don't like it. No, already not really. I do want the head to have that sideways movement though, which is cool. It doesn't look like it's reacting. It looks too stiff, especially from the shoulders and the neck. Like it's just too stiff. It needs to react to what's happening in the body, but I don't know what I need to move to get that to happen. Maybe the neck, because her neck is sort of stiff, so maybe I'll adjust the neck. Okay, that's a little nicer. That's already better. Maybe some forward and backwards bob. That's a bit too much. Let's take you back now. Xrd had multiple re-releases? Oh, yeah, that's probably... Yeah. Karen says, is it just me or does your game have a similar style to Hi-Fi Rush? I don't know that one. What's Hi-Fi Rush? This looks more Western. This looks like, yeah. I think it's, yeah, so I think most people kind of just group all cel-shaded games into like the same genre, but there are this looks a lot more Western. Looks cool, but not really what I want. Let me offset these a bit. I think I need some more. I don't want too much tilt. I'm just gonna try tilting and see as far as looks reasonable, and then I'll dial it back. That's usually, I find that kind of works sometimes. Okay, that just looks, no, not quite. No, sorry, Gabi, sorry. I didn't mean to make you look like that. That's not so good. It just needs, I don't know, it needs... I mean, this is a bit better though, than just with the neck. Maybe that's all I need. Maybe I'm overthinking it. But I think, no, you actually, Ned, now that I'm looking at it, you know what she needs? As she shifts her weight, when she starts rising back up, her head should sort of follow through. Like it should go down and then kind of come back up. That's what it needs. That's what it needs. So on this pose, I'm just going to move these keyframes about and have this sort of go lower. So it's sort of like that. I think I just need to shorten this whole thing to half. Okay, I know this looks silly, but just bear with me here. Just bear with me. Yeah, like that. It might be a little much, but she sort of... I'll tone it a little bit down, but just that kind of... It kind of looks like she's jamming, which I like. It looks like she's got like music playing in her head. Well, actually, because I still need to model her headphones in, so maybe I can give her some... I'll have it so that she's like listening to the stage music or something. I could make that look like she's jamming. But I gotta play this down a little. I think it's with this keyframe. This has to come up. And then we offset it by a bit. That's a bit cooler, yeah. Yeah, I'm liking that. I'm liking that. Okay. Should we do the tail or the hair next? I'll let you guys pick. I've been kind of just talking. I've been taking up all the decisions. You guys can make a choice now. Jalem says, love the idea of Sonic having a new competitor. Is that what Gabi is? I mean, Sega's like, they have a lot of money. So I don't think we're gonna... I don't think we can... I think Sonic... You can't really beat Sonic, can you? Even when they make bad games, they're gonna outsell basically everything. So, I don't know, but maybe if I try hard enough, maybe we can get there. Tail? Okay, you guys are saying tail. Karen says, I think it's because there isn't any content that is specifically what you're looking for, so YouTube gives you the closest. Well, I mean, like, I don't know. I would think surely someone has uploaded, like, all idols of that game, because I see them for everything. I see them for every kind of game. Hell, there's probably even one for Subway Surfers. Nah, probably not. I don't think that game has an idol. But if it did, someone would have uploaded Subway Surfers all idols if they had an idol. Okay? Actually, I kind of want to find out. Do they actually have that? How do Gabi's headphones work? Are they specialized to work with one ear, or are they like bone conductive? They're just kind of like headphones. I don't know. I don't have the final model. I have like a block version. That's the last thing I have to finish. It's just the headphones, actually. Let me minimize all this stuff. I have a lot of test meshes I have to clean up, but we'll do that later. There should be an object called headphones in here somewhere. Or maybe it's this. Or not. Where did I put headphones? Oh, here they are. Oh, they aren't weight painted. But yeah, so the idea is on the back, they just have speakers on them. On the back side that faces her ear. And the idea is that, yeah, it's meant to come out of both of them, but Gabi can only hear through one. So she just changes whatever they're like wireless. So whatever she's got interfacing with them, she just changes the audio setting to mono like you would do on an iPod. And that's how Gabi, yeah. And then the main idea for these was just so that if I wanted to have like I probably won't do this a lot because it would get annoying, but if I wanted to have in-level dialogue interspersed, or like you know how like some games they have like the guys radioing you every 5 minutes, like in an Infamous 2 or something. So probably not that extreme, but just like an in-world diegetic way for her to communicate without being physically next to someone. So you can beep boop, dial up Gabi and be like, yo, and then she can like, you know, she can hear you and talk through this little headset. It's like, it was partly inspired by the Xbox 360 gamer headset. So, yeah. And then she can just put music on too, because Gabi is a music fan. She likes her music. She likes her jams. Thanks, True Star. Raymond doesn't know hi-fi, right? No, I don't really play a lot of games these days. I know, we're gonna have another mask off moment like yesterday. So I'm a game developer making an anime cat girl parkour game, and I don't watch anime, I'm allergic to cats, and I don't really play many games. So I'm a liar. I'm a fraud. Well, the game have voice acting. Oh no. I've got a system in place currently that does like JRPG type text, where it's just text on the dialogue text. Voice acting's too expensive. We can't do it. And even if I had the funding to do voice acting, show of hands in chat. How many of you have tried voice acting or voice directing? Because I have, and I'm going to avoid it. Because I've tried it, and it's you have to put in like 200% work to have it not suck, let's just say. Hi-fi is more Saturday morning cartoon than anime. Well, yeah, just judging from that picture I saw, it sort of looks like it. Oh yeah, sorry guys, I know, yeah. Everyone's just gonna unsub now when they realize I'm not a hardcore gamer. Look, I play the odd game here and there. I used to play games more when I started this project, but that was a while ago, and I don't think games like Hi-Fi whatever existed when I started this game. So, yeah. The most of the games I do play are from like 20 years ago, because that's kind of, I don't really vibe with anything I see out there now. And then I'm just kind of working most of the time, to be real. So yeah, I'm always behind on stuff. I'm like the hardest person to like talk to. Like all my friends try and make small talk about like, did you see the episode of insert current Disney Plus show? And I just don't know. I'm just like, I'm sorry, I don't watch The Flash or whatever it is. Thanks, Questa, for the $2. Thank you so much. Setting where audio is left here only. Oh, well, that actually would be pretty easy to program, as it would. I think I know exactly how to do that. I'm pretty sure I'm sure there's just like an audio balance thing in Unreal. That'd have to be, right? Ever played Jet Set Radio? I did a little bit, and this is gonna I'm gonna really annoy everyone. You're all gonna hate me. I didn't like Jet Set Radio. I'm gonna say it. Okay, I know this is heresy. I know everyone loves it, but I really didn't. I don't get it. I didn't enjoy it. I'm sorry. I just didn't think. Maybe for the time. I know I play a lot of older games, but I don't think Jet Set aged very. At least to my taste. I'm just like, I don't really like this. It looks cool, looks fun, but it's not really for me. Okay, now, yeah, I'm just thinking about the hate storm I'm gonna get now. I don't hate you because I've never even played. Well, maybe, okay, I'm not the only one then. So maybe not everyone in the world has played it after all. But yeah, no, I don't really keep I try and keep an eye on like games I kind of think are interesting, but they're probably, I don't know, I'm kind of just working most of the time. I don't really think about it. I'm just thinking about my game. I think that's probably why, actually, because sometimes I wonder if there's something wrong with me, because I just seem to have this overwhelming apathy for most things, and I think it's just because I spend all my time thinking about my thing, so that's probably why. Because even for like other, not just games, but for everything, I just really do not pay attention to anything that isn't my work. Which, I don't know if that's like a bad thing or not, but I kind of feel like I have to, you know? I have to keep I have to keep focused, so I don't really spend time looking at like browsing Steam for whatever, or looking for new games. And games are getting expensive now anyway, so yeah, my experience finding, I don't really look at Steam or anything, I just go to like thrift stores, and if there's anything cool there for like under $10, I'll check it out. But yeah, that's kind of my exposure, and all of them are just PS2 games usually. Yeah, V-Dragon, you got it. You got no time to play when you got a game got your own thing to do. He knows, he gets it. So maybe I'm not crazy, maybe I'm actually sensible. Maybe it's maybe it's all of you that are wrong. Maybe you guys gotta stop playing so many games. Maybe I am right. No, yeah, I don't care. You do what you want. Yeah, sorry. Okay, Tail. That's what we're up to. I'm trying to think of the newest game I've played recently. My mind's just going completely blank. I think, okay, I do play one game from time to time. And this is not the kind of... This is, oh wow, thanks Gaming for cheering some bits. Oh, Gabi Trivia, sorry, it doesn't make a noise, so I didn't see you there. I was just too busy, getting hate from YouTube chat here about my apathy to the game scene. Gabi Trivia time. So for those who don't know, because now that I'm back streaming on Twitch and YouTube, we used to play this little game on Twitch where someone saves up enough points, like Gaming Oxy has. How long have you been saving those, I wonder? Because that's a very... If you've been saving those for a while, but if you literally just hopped in the last few weeks and have saved all of that in a week, that's kind of terrifying. So, anyway, so when you redeem the Gabi Trivia with Twitch points, you get to ask Gabi a question. So luckily I've got Gabi open right now, and she is awake. So, Gaming Oxy, ask away. Oh, you've been saving since when I start... Wow, that was really quick. It used to take people months to save up that amount of points, but I used to stream a lot less often too. So maybe I'll have to raise the price, but just for you, Gaming Oxy, I'll keep it at 5,000. So the stage is yours, Gaming Oxy. What would you like to ask Gabi, the best girl? Chown already has 1,800. Jesus, you guys you're earning too many points. Too many points. What are you gonna do with those 1,800 points? You're gonna. I think he's gonna try and save them and redeem like 10 trivias at the same time, like someone did once. What's Gabby's favorite genre? Okay, Gabby, come in. Oh, actually, no, she can't hear me. I need to give her her headphones. Let me get her standing up straight so that her headphones will fit. Let's get her headphones so I can communicate with her through the magic of the internet. Headphones. Okay, she's got her headphones on now. Come in, Gabi. Come in, Gabi. Can you hear me? She can hear me. Okay. I know she doesn't. Actually, could I actually could I move her mouth? I don't think no, her face bone is not. I'll just pretend she's talking. Okay. So Gabi, Gaming Oxy wants to know your favorite music genre. Interesting. Okay. Gabi tells me she listens to different genres depending on her mood, but she has like favorite instruments that she tends to gravitate towards. So I don't know, Gabi, does that count as a genre? Is that a legit? Okay, she's telling me that she really likes the guitar and drums. So what genres use guitars and drums? I think a lot of stuff would, wouldn't it? Gabi, I'm gonna have to ask you to be more specific. I know there's a cool instruments, but he asked you for a genre. Stop avoiding the question, Gabi. What's your favorite genre? Okay. She says like in terms of genre, she says drum and bass. Is that a genre? Drum and bass? Let me search drum and bass. Drum and bass is a genre. Okay, good, Gabi, you passed. So she likes like acoustic and drum and bass. So acoustic's a genre too, right? Maybe that's what she meant. Acoustic. I think that's a genre. Well, I will say, Gabi, you have some good taste. I happen to like that too. All right, thanks so much, Gaming Oxy, for redeeming Gabi trivia. I hope that satisfies your question. What's your favorite genre, Gaming Oxy? I'm gonna do Gaming Oxy trivia now and ask you your favorite genre. We'll see if it's and then we'll see if it's not better than Gabi's. Then that if you list a better genre than Gabi, then you win. No, it's not a contest. Everyone likes any. You know, people like all sorts of stuff. I know everyone kind of doesn't like Nickelback, but I think there was like I like listened to like one of their music video once, and I actually thought this isn't that bad. I thought it was okay. I know it's more heresy. I know I'm speaking straight heresy today. Okay, Gabi, we're going to take your headphones back off now, and we're going to continue work. We're going to continue animating you because we got to finish you off here. Idle. Jazz and funk. That sounds cool. My mum does some jazz. She performs jazz, so I'm somewhat familiar with jazz. It's not my cup of tea personally, but I like it on occasion. It's not my favorite, but I do like it on occasion. But jazz is cool. Funk, I don't really know what funk sounds like, but it sounds funky. Unpopular opinion, Nickelback is a good band. Oh, cancelled. No, it's over for you. Gabi's favorite genre is obviously garage band. Is that a genre? I guess it would. Just anything made in garage band is just garage band genre. Okay, so with her tail, I don't really know how I'm gonna do the tail, because I'm not a huge fan of the way it's rigged, but I can't really think of a better way to do it. So we'll just try something, I guess. I want to clear some of these bones of their values because I don't like this bend. There we go. Maybe I do want that bend. I think I know what I want. I'm just going to start with I'm not going to try and do too much. I'm just going to try swaying it from side to side and see how that looks. This looks a little awkward. It doesn't look great. We'll just keep iterating until I get something I like. Oh, I didn't have... Oops. Didn't auto key it. Why does it... Hold on, because that's... Hold on a minute. Okay, I just auto key wasn't kicking in. But it's it needs more sway this way. Like, oh, like that. There we go. Oh, no, not that far. Well, maybe that far. Yeah, well, why not? We'll do it that far. Okay, that's a lot of movement. GarageBand is also the name of a band. Wait, actually? Is it actually? GarageBand. See, I search it and it just comes up with GarageBand, the software. Well, that would be an unfortunate thing to name your band if you're competing with Apple and their software. It'd be like having a band and calling it Pro Tools. You know? It sounds a bit silly, a little bit. Unless they came before GarageBand, in that case, that's okay. I don't blame them. Then you can sue Apple, I guess. What other genres? What? Because I don't really talk about music that much, but I listen to heaps of music constantly. I'm listening to music right now, actually. I'm listening to Perfume's best hits on my headphones, which I wish I could share with you, but I would. I don't want to get the yellow. I don't want the yellow dollar icon today. Garbage Band. Oh, Garbage Band. Well, that's a very self-deprecating name. Garbage Band. Oh, it's literally just called Garbage. Okay. Well. So it really is a band, hey? Charon listens to metal or... What is funk? Funk. Is that some kind of subgenre of hip-hop and trap? Okay. I'm not really familiar with any of that, but it sounds funky. Coester says it's like being an artist and going by Photoshop. Yeah, I mean, if they had actually, if I misread it, but if it was actually called GarageBand, yeah, it would be kind of a bit silly. Snub Bill says listening to Toe How Luna Night All Day. What is that? Sounds like some anime thing. Let me search it up. Oh, it's like a game soundtrack. Cool. Looks sort of anime, has an anime cover art. EDM. Oh yeah, I like a bit of EDM. EDM trap. Okay, what's trap? I keep hearing the word trap. What does that mean? What's trap? Do you get like trapped? Do you get captured? Does it like start off as one thing and then change and it traps you? It's like, ha, gotcha. It's actually not this genre, it's something else. I don't know, what is it? Pro Tools sounds more of a hardware store. I mean, there probably was a hardware store called Pro Tools at one point. Now with this tail, I'm actually kind of happy with the rhythm of it, but what we need is we need some kind of it needs to like curve two ways. I don't really know how to describe it, but I can picture it in my head. But it's like in these in-between frames here, we need, like, these need to like bend like this. I'll see if that might do it, actually. We'll see. So it's got a bit of... You see how now there's a bit of delay? Like, the end of the tail is reacting after the... Yeah, like, we got a bit of delay to it. That's sort of what I mean. But I think we might need to... No, maybe not like that. Hold on. Let me take you and just move you over. No, not like that. Maybe I'll just leave it where it was. But you see how it's like, when it's there, it's like still curved. And then maybe here we'll do some stuff too. Oh. Funk is more like electronic music. You know, like the Giga Chad song? Okay. I've like heard that one and nothing else. But that's I didn't know that was a genre. So that's called funk. Hella surprised that he doesn't know Tohu. Well, look, you guys have been surprised I don't know anything. Like, is it really surprising? Because think about it. Yesterday you were asking me about anime, some anime thing. I don't even remember the name of it, and I didn't know it, and you were devastated. What else happened in the last 24 hours? I felt like there was like 6 things that people brought up that I just didn't know. That Saturday looking game, the hi-fi game, I didn't know that one. And then I can't remember the name of it, but someone asked me to look up blue something, and I didn't know what that was. So is it really a surprise? Is it really a surprise that I don't know it? Jaheem says that's what funk is, EDM trap. So trap and funk are all kind of intermingled, are they? Usually samples of old Memphis rap songs. Adds an annoying cowbell, which works as the main component of the drop. Oh, okay, it's the kind of music that has drops in it. All right, I think I have a good mental image now of what to expect. And I think, well, when I was like, how old? Like 13. I remember I had a bit of a Skrillex phase, and I was like really into dubstep. But I think that like everyone was at the time. And I remember thinking the drop was like freaking cool as a concept. But yeah, now that I like a lot of the stuff I listen to now actually doesn't really have a drop. I've kind of gotten off the drop. I don't have the drop no more. Okay, I'm gonna try something a little wacky here, because I want a bit of coil going, but not too much. You know what I'm saying? So this is kind of, but not really. So let's try and mirror that. Oh no, not like that. Okay, let's undo. Let's back up. Let's back up here. Really blew up on. Oh, well, if it blew up on TikTok, is all of this stuff from TikTok? Because that's probably why I have a TikTok account and I really need to post more there. But part of the reason I don't have a lot of followers on TikTok is that I don't get it. I don't know. I'm not really a short form kind of fellow. I'm more of the kind of guy that'll find like a 2-hour documentary about like chess or something and put that on my other monitor while I program. That's my jam. So that's probably why I'm not on TikTok that much. But yeah, TikTok kind of terrifies me a little, not gonna lie. Just because it seems like there's its own culture there that I'm just completely oblivious to. It feels like its own microcosm. And I'm like, I should really get in on this, but I also I feel like I don't belong, you know what I mean? Like I look at the homepage and I'm just like, I feel 50. So, yeah, so you see this with the tail? It's still rough, but this is sort of what I'm thinking. And now that I'm kind of doing this, maybe the tail rig isn't so bad. I didn't like it at first, but maybe this isn't so bad after all. It just looks a little... We just need a bit of, any delay. Yeah, so I've just offset this by a few frames, and look at that. Actually, do I need to do anything else? I don't know. What if I... Oh, so if I offset this more, we get more swing. Okay, that's a little too much swing. There's a bit too much swag. We don't want that much swag. Maybe just this much. And then maybe I'll pick a bone further up the tail. Like this one. We'll offset that by a frame. Wow, we can get a lot of swing out of that. It seems like a little too much though. We'll tone it down a little. Who remembers Bangarang? Yeah, Bangarang from Skrillex. That's the jam. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Rashad, you have good taste, my fellow. I wouldn't say it's from TikTok. More TikTok takes all that it can from everywhere else. Huh. Interesting. Well, actually, you know, because I remember hearing about... because I heard about this probably the complete opposite way of how most people heard, but I remember like Fireflies had become a meme again on TikTok. And the reason I know this is because I'm just a fan of Owl City in general. So I saw this through like the subreddit or something, because I'm a little obsessed with that artist. But apparently like on TikTok he was blowing up again. This might have been a year or two ago. And everyone like suddenly remembered that Fireflies was a thing, but I never forgot Fireflies, so that's why it was kind of weird. Because I'm like, oh, because I'm always every week I'm playing it. It's like my favorite song. NCK says awesome tale. Thank you. I think there's just maybe it is fine. Maybe there's just something I'm not. Maybe I'm over. Maybe I just need to. Stop. It's probably fine. Charon says, I mainly listen to music for adrenaline. Interesting. Wouldn't that like stress you out? Isn't that what adrenaline, it like puts you in fight mode? That put me on edge a bit, wouldn't it? I mean, I kind of listen to it for energy. Like for, you know, for, not adrenaline for me, but it's more for rhythm. I feel like if I'm not listening to something, I'm not really living, you know? That sounds really weird now that I say that out loud. But yeah, it's I need like something going all the time. But I don't feel like adrenaline rush. I just kind of feel like if I don't have something, that I feel like I'm asleep. You know what I mean? Minist stuff is so good. I don't know him. Minists. What is this? What is this? An artist? Oh, it's an animator. Oh, it's the two Taoho. I've heard people mention this thing before, this Tohu thing, but I don't really know what it is. I've just heard the name. Gus says you listen to soundtracks. Yeah, me too. I have some soundtracks in my collection. Soundtracks be good. What soundtracks? Like game soundtracks? Or movie soundtracks? They're all pretty good. Pick Static listens to... You listen to Owl City too? Hell yeah. Yeah, Owl City's been... I don't think there's ever been a time when I didn't listen to Owl City. I think, yeah, it's crazy because sometimes I think, yeah, I remember when his album came out with Fireflies on it. I think that's when I became a fan, and I've just sort of been obsessed with him for the last... How long ago was that? That was 2009, so I've been obsessed with him for the last 15 years, basically. What's really shocking is that Owl City... There was an Owl City iceberg I would love to talk about someday. I won't go too in detail, but he does have way more music than just Owl City. Let's just say. In fact, yeah, a lot of the time, just to troll my friends, I'll like put on music of his and I'll try and have them guess who wrote it, and they usually get it completely wrong. And I said, yeah, the guy who wrote Fireflies made this, and it's something... I think, yeah, he does soundtracks as well, actually. Not real soundtracks, but he had this project he did where he wrote these pretend soundtracks, like if he hypothetically was scoring movies. He made like 12 or 11 albums of soundtrack stuff in the span of a year, which was insane. And the music is... It sounds sort of inspired by... It sounds like a mix of like a lot of really classical famous composers. Like you can really hear like a lot of Thomas Newman influence in it. And it's just like, it's crazy when you think it's like the guy who made Fireflies did it, because it sounds really top-notch, professional, like amazing. Like you wouldn't believe your eyes. You wouldn't believe your ears. Okay, it's pretty cool. All right, so with the idol, I'm going to make a copy of this just in case I screw it up. Sorry, I could sit here and talk about Owl City for days, but we have work to do. But you should check out his real name, which is not Owl City. His real name is Adam Young. You should check him out. He's got, if you kind of like electronic music generally and orchestral music, he's got sort of a bit of that for everything. He's got he's got a massive portfolio. It's actually pretty crazy. Toho started off as a single dev. Oh, cool. Just like me, guys. No, I'm probably not on his level. Maybe someday. So what we're going to do with this idle is I'm going to sample it, and then we're going to get rid of the automatic interpolation. So all these are now, it's every frame it's tried to keyframe it. So we're going to just go and take out every other frame. Every odd numbered frame we're going to take out. So this is the animation graph. Oh, oops, wrong one. And then we're going to change, oh no. I deleted the wrong one. Hold on, let me go back. I deleted it. Oh, come back. Yeah, I want you gone, you gone, you gone, you gone, you gone, you gone. Okay. We could probably get rid of these floating ones at the end. And oh, wait a minute. Let me copy. Oh, no. Let me copy and paste you. Just to make, okay, now it's gonna line up. And then we are gonna change the interpolate. This is why I didn't use curves, by the way, because we're just gonna basically eradicate all curves now and just do key poses. So that's now with the anime frame rate. They're the FPS on 2s. Oh, I forgot to do the hair. Oh, we can come back for that. We'll come back to that. Let's chuck this in the engine and just see how it looks. And if I notice anything, we'll fix it. And then I'll do the hair. So we've got to open up Unreal. Oh, we should export this out there, yeah. Export FBX. Oh, I need to manage. I got to manage this a little better. But for the moment, I'm just going to save yesterday's backup. What was yesterday's date? 15th of February. I'll clean this up a bit later with the names. I just need to quickly go in and see if this works in Unreal. But I want to leave a copy of yesterday's one in case something bad happens. So I want to all actions, forced end keys, deform bones only, apply transform, mesh, visible objects. And is there any other option I'm forgetting? I don't think so. I think that's it. Oh, forward is... What's forward? Forward is... Oh, where's my little widget that shows me the... Oh, there it is. So Y negative forward. And then Z up. Okay. So Blender's gonna freeze, but that's fine because it's just exporting. And then we're gonna re-import Gabi's model, and it should just overwrite yesterday's stuff with her new stuff. That's the plan. But we'll see if that actually works, because we've added a new animation, it might not. So we'll see. We'll see. You wouldn't believe your eyes. I see what you did there. See. Manga, yeah, you're a real Fireflies fan then. You get the reference. I thought his name was Al. Well, look, I did too. And then I started researching him and realized that he's actually he's a human, actually. I thought he was an owl, and I thought his name was just Al, but he's actually a human, which kind of shocked me. It took me a bit to recover from learning that. But yeah, man, he's so talented. It's crazy. He does all that himself. Like, Fireflies, that wasn't a band. Most people actually, I keep forgetting this. Most people think Owl City is a band. It's not a band. It's just the guy. It's just one dude. Just like the Toho dude. Just like him. Except he's not a game dev. He's just a musician. But he's a really damn good one, in my opinion. He's actually a city. Yeah, and he's a whole city. Tell him to bring out the whole city. That's what they said when they signed him. They saw that guy, they saw the owl and said, tell him to bring up the whole city, and then that's what made him Owl City. That's true. I'm wondering if we can just adjust the frame rate of the animation at exactly half of the game FPS to have that Ghibli look. That works if you have a fixed frame rate, which I don't have. For this specific animation, it is on 2s, but for different animations, you might have frames on 1s, or you might vary it depending on what's happening. So that wouldn't really work there. That's why you have to kind of just do it manually. But if you don't really care about that, then you could do it. All right, let's try re-import. See what happens. Let's see if it breaks. It should give me an extra animation. Pixstatic says, I like how everyone thinks Tame Impala is a band when it's a guy. Oh, he's just a guy too? Yeah, I actually noticed, I think just about most music people I listen to is just one guy. Except this specific one I'm listening to now. I think this is a band. But if I'm gonna put on some Owl City. Yeah, but he's got a big portfolio. I'm gonna put on some favorite album, the best album. All right, Unreal. Unreal's now frozen. It's busy. It's doing its work. I may like Rhythm Doctor. I don't know that one. Rhythm Doctor. This looks like a music game of some kind. Muse Dash has a collab. Okay, look guys, you're dropping too much lore on me right now. I have to look up all these names. You're making me feel old. Okay, Muse Dash, this looks like a... Colors look cool. Looks a little bit... Looks a bit... It looks a little too cute for my taste. But it's cool. Gorillas? No, I thought Gorillas was... Is Gorillas one guy as well? I thought it was like 4 people. Or is that just a trick? Oh, yeah, it is just one guy. Huh. Well, that's cool. Play Firefly? Oh yeah, sorry, I'm not playing Fireflies. There we go. Oh, I wish I could play it through my desktop, but I didn't get express permission from Adam to play his music, so I will not do that. Okay, well, it appears to have detected a change, but has it brought the new animation with it, is the question. I don't think it has. How do I get it to do... Maybe what I want isn't possible, actually. Because I was hoping when I hit re-import on the model, it would also re-import all the animations, but it doesn't... It has not done that. It appears it hasn't done that. So how do I just add the one... Because I don't want to go in and export them individually. I don't want to do it like that. I did that last time, and it's just such a pain. I just want to do it all at once. Is that possible? Can I do that? Let me search idle. I don't think it's gonna... No, it didn't change it. All right, well, we'll do it the old way that I know, which I hate. I don't like it this way, but it's the way it wants it. So instead, we're going to export just this one animation. We're just going to export it with the rig, because you don't really need the model. You just have to export the bones. And we'll untick all actions. And... yeah. So I'll have to name this like an animation. Gabi, well, I'll name this what I would name it in Unreal. Gabi, idle, stylized. And we'll try and import that animation in and see just the one animation, which actually maybe it is the better way to do it. I don't know. We'll import you in. We'll select the skeleton. Oh, here we go. This is gonna be sick. I can already see it. It's gonna be so cool. Alright, so, before I get too excited, I just have to make sure, I have to go to the blend space and change the animation there. So we set this up yesterday, and thank goodness we did it, because now I don't have to set this up ever again. I just need to change this clip here to the new idle. There we go. And let's try it. It's that simple. So maybe I should export each one out individually, each animation. Oh yeah! Oh yeah, let's look at that. Look at her move. She looks ready to go. Oh my god. Yo. Yeah, I tried right-click re-import, but it only re-imports the mesh. It doesn't re-import the animations, so we'll have to do the animations individually. Gus Gutherson says, I pose when it's just one guy, the vision comes through clearer. Well, yeah, I agree. This is gonna sound a bit weird, because yeah, a lot of my role models are just solo musicians. So I don't really know a lot of game devs besides the ones that everyone knows, like Toby Fox and stuff. But my biggest inspirations, my role models, is basically just solo musicians, because I feel like music is, as an art form, it's like the most abstract art form, and you have to be really brave, I think. More braver than a game dev, I would even say, to like write a song and like mean it. You have to be kind of vulnerable to do that. With a game, you can kind of just make, you don't really have to go there. You can kind of just get away with making Flappy Birds, and you'll be okay. But with music, I find, I don't know, at least the stuff that I like, it has to be really, you have to be kind of vulnerable, which I respect. So yeah, a lot of the musicians I have in my little library are just these sort of solo dudes. And yeah, it kind of, as a child, I think it probably just put the image in my head that, like, you could just do everything yourself. Because all of them did. So it's like, oh, well. And then game devs do that as well. So it's like, well, that sounds like me. Sounds like something I should do. But yeah, so what do we... I'm just trying to look at this and see if there's a problem. I don't see any problems though. It's just the hair needs to move. But apart from that, I think we might actually have an idol. Like, for real. Gabi styling? Thanks, Uru Anims. Hold on. It says you're a first-time chatter, but I could have sworn I've seen you in chat before. Because that username looks familiar. I don't know if Twitch is messing with me, because it's got a little bubble around your name saying you're a first-time chatter, but I recognize your name from somewhere. If you have to be vulnerable for music, well, then how do we have AI music? Well, I mean good music, okay? I don't mean that slop, okay? I'm talking about real... I'm talking about the stuff that I like, okay? So that's a bit... that narrows it a little bit. Oh, you're from YouTube chat, okay. That's why I recognize your name. That's awesome. I like when people pick the same username. It helps me remember them. Because I remember there's some people who I've seen come back and forth that have different usernames, and I always think it's someone else. Do I plan to add arm swing when changing direction midair? I'd like to. I don't know how I'll do it, but I'd like to. Need to see her move around more? Alright. Well, these other animations we haven't really worked on today. I'm just kind of looking at the idle. Actually, well, yeah, let's get her in a... Let's get her in a level. We'll play out a level. I'll pick something that's kind of fun. Pick one of my old blockouts. NC Case says, honestly, I wouldn't even be mad if the hair wasn't animated. Well, that's good to know, because when I do animate it, it's gonna look even better than this. I can already see it. In my imagination, in my mind's eye, I can see her hair swaying just a little bit, and her ear reacting a bit. And if you think this looks good without it, then it's gonna look great with it. Let's just say. We do need some better transitions, though, for when she's going from running to stopping. Like, the land is not so great yet. It needs, yeah, the land is a little abrupt. It's too slow. I need to speed the landing up. that keyframe lasts too long. Keo says, I couldn't imagine how difficult it would be tracking someone across streaming platforms with different names. Well, yeah, it does get... I mean, I'm already pretty bad with names anyway, like in real life. Like, there will be people who I will know for months and I, like, forget their name. So it's already kind of bad. I have a bit of a problem, but yeah, with people using different usernames, especially if they're hard to pronounce, it gets a bit tougher. But I recognize... there's a few I can recognize. It's usually because YouTube chat gives me a picture next to the name, so it's a bit easier to see. Let me guess, he's going to tell us he's never heard of Daft Punk's Discovery. Okay, well, I do know that one, okay? I'm going to surprise you there and say, yes, I have listened to Discovery. In fact, for Christmas, my brother got me, not Discovery, but he got me Homework, their album Homework from 1996 as a gift. So, yeah, I know Daft Punk. See, I'm not a boomer after all, guys. I'm hip and cool, just like you. Zach says, I think Slipknot, self-titled, aged really well. Just a guy scream rapping about how he hates his dad. Interesting. Well, hey, here's a fun fact. I know I'm going to hijack this back to Owl City for a minute, but you know that Owl City used to do Screamo? It's true. I forgot the name of it. I think it was like Novel? No, that doesn't sound right. Noel, I think that was the name he went under. Or maybe that was a track name, but he used to do like Screamo before he transitioned to electro-pop. So that's yeah, so that's how big of an ouse that you can kind of tell I've been through the iceberg on him. I kind of know too much, but his music's good. Okay, I like it. I'm not a big fan of the screamo stuff, but you know, he's finding his voice. My favorite track off Discovery? I actually don't know them all by memory. Harder, Better, Faster, Stronger is on that one, right? That's a classic. I can't not say that one. And Technologic's pretty cool. I'm pretty sure that's on Discovery. No, that's not on Discovery. That's on something else. Well, yeah, the only one I remember from Discovery is the Harder, Better song. So I like that one. Yeah, the more I look at, like, I don't really see any problems with this, actually. So I might just go and do the hair. Actually, you know, I'm just looking at the torso. Let's zoom in. Let's get a close-up on a torso. Maybe... there needs to be a bit of sideways with her abdomen, because I noticed that the Guilty Gear models move the abdomen bone sideways, and I don't do that on mine. So maybe I'll give that a shot. It'll just be a tiny little, it'll just be one bone. I'm just going to move it left to right a little bit, just so that the stomach has a bit more follow through with her moving her weight. But actually the tail came out okay. I thought the tail would look horrid, but it looks good to me. And then just the hair. And then there's this weird, this is an FBX problem now where we get her teeth clipping into her head, which didn't happen in Blender. So those are some other problems I gotta sort out still. But yeah, it's not terrible. Should I slow it down? Is the only thing I'm kind of not entirely sure on is this too fast? Oh, Keo, yeah, you know it. I Am Denmark. That's his screamo song. Yeah. Get him to do a song for. Oh, I wish. That's like my life dream. I haven't told anyone this, but my dream in life is to get Owl City to compose my soundtrack. Except. He's kind of a big name, so I don't know. You can't just go to someone like him and say, "Hey, I'm nobody, but can you write an original score for my game project, please?" Because I don't know, how much would that cost, do you think? I'd say at least 50 grand to get an artist like him. Because you're not really buying just the talent, you're buying the brand power. You're buying the name, because then you know what that buys you, if you have the money for that sort of thing. And if he's up for it, of course. You're basically buying the ability to say on the Steam page, original score composed by Owl City, which would get, like, that would get something, you know? That would, that's a selling point. So I don't even know where I would begin estimating costs on something like that. I'd if I could, I would, but it's just you just don't know. It's not really up to me then. Just depends on how much it would be and whether, and I don't even really know how I would. One of the reasons I've been just doing the music myself so far is that working with musicians is kind of tricky because you kind of have to know the language, and if you can't really articulate what you want, then it doesn't really matter who you get. You won't get what you want if you don't know how to communicate. And me, I don't really know how to word what I want, but I know how to make it. So that's why I just kind of do it on my own. That's why I kind of just learnt Logic and made my own music. And I'm planning to just keep doing that. And it's cheap because I don't have to like shovel out 50 grand to get me to do it. But yeah, I have a pretty good idea of what I want. It's just, yeah, I'd probably man, he would do it. He would make some great music, but man, that would be so expensive. It'd be actually crazy. He's not huge anymore? Are you sure about that? Doesn't he have like 20 million monthly listeners on Spotify or something? Hold on. Or maybe 2 million. He's still pretty big. I know people don't... He's not in the main... Well, no, I still hear his music on the radio all the time. So no, he's still a big guy. Way bigger than me. That's kind of all it really comes down to. That he's 9 million monthly listeners. So he's still popping. And like this song has kind of like 850 million listens on just Spotify. It's probably got way more on YouTube. But that's like... That doesn't this sort of thing does not fade. Like, I mean, you guys know the song still, and like I know this, and I still hear it when I go to Vinny's. I hear them playing it, so it's like, yeah, you don't read about him a lot, and he's not active, but I don't think that means he's less valuable. If anything, he's probably more valuable because he has a pretty dedicated following, doesn't he? Well, yeah, he'd have to have that many monthly. Yeah, like that's pretty dedicated. 9 million monthly. That's every month. So that's pretty crazy. Well, I don't know, like to me, that looks famous. Like nothing I've ever done has gotten that. So it's like, that to me looks pretty famous. Like if I was to try and start a band, it would get nowhere near that. Like that's like I think he's still touring, isn't he? Yeah, hold on, because I see what he does sometimes. I don't listen to a lot of his newer stuff, but I'm pretty sure he's like on tour right now, and he's like selling out things everywhere. Yeah, let's scroll down. Yeah, he's on tour right now, and I bet you that half of these are sold out, at least half, maybe more. That's my guess. Which, like, if you've ever tried booking things, because I know a few musicians, and it's like, that's kind of like famous. Compared to the people in my area, that's like heaps famous. Anyway, what was I doing? The hair. That's right. Like, who's another... Well, who is famous? What would you guys put... What's your benchmark for famous? Because there's heaps of musicians I hear about more than our city that are nowhere near as broad. Like, they don't have anywhere near the listenership that I hear, like, they're talked about more. Like, the Jet Set Radio dude, he's like... I hear his name all the time. Everyone always talks about him. What's his numbers? Yeah, that's way less than our city. And I think people would say, because I've seen, there was some like game that someone told me about ages ago. Well, it's not that long ago. It's like 5 years ago. And it was like some Kickstarter thing, and they had this guy doing the music, and that was a huge, I don't know how much that would have cost, but that was like a selling point. and it was some Jet Set Radio type game, but it was like multiplayer. And the big selling point was that they had the composer for Jet Set Radio. And this guy only gets like a less than a quarter of Our City's monthly listenership. And I don't know, I think people would say that he's kind of like in the niche, he's pretty famous, right? So if that's like in that realm, if that's like, because people, when I say famous, I mean, you know who he is. Like if 200, how much? 200,000 monthly listeners, if that's like well known, then this is like extremely well known. You know what I'm saying? Because this isn't 9 million 10 years ago. This is 9 million this month. So that's all I'm saying. Taylor Swift. What? Yeah, maybe if you're thinking Taylor Swift, then yeah. What's Taylor Swift? What's her monthly? It's actually not that much higher. Wait, no, hold on. No, that is a lot higher. Sorry, I misread that. That's 100 million. Yeah, okay. Well, this is like in the entire world famous, which is like global famous. I'm not thinking that big. I'm thinking like atomized niche famous, which I think kind of matters a bit more to me anyway. But yeah, this is, yeah. If you're thinking this level, I think I understand where you're coming from. I'm not thinking that scale. I'm thinking people with like 200,000 listeners or whatever. Well, yeah, I guess that is the modern, I don't know. My definition of fame is probably from 2009, so fair enough. All right, let's get some sway. Let's get some hair sway going. Excuse me. Oh yeah, so let me, I'm gonna delete this one and we'll go back to the previous one because I'm gonna have to resample it once I do the hair. I'm thinking state level famous. I guess, yeah, that's the closest thing probably. Except American states, I mean, depends on what kind of state. Are you talking Australian state or American state? Because that's kind of a different level. What other, yeah, you said Taylor Swift. What else did you say? Joesta says, one of my friends changes their name every 3 days and it annoys me. Yeah, that would annoy me too. Using Taylor Swift as a benchmark for a game or movie composer is like using Santa Claus. Yeah, well, yeah, that's why I wasn't thinking like Taylor Swift level. You know, it's like there was a composer I was listening to just yesterday who is a big name, but he gets like 3 million. Like what was Our City's one again? 9 million. So this guy, this is a big name. If you get this guy composing for you, he did Harry Potter. He did some of the Harry Potter movies. He did Golden Compass. He did Imitation Game. And he gets 3 million. And he's like, to me, that's like famous. That's like a famous composer. Our City gets more than double that a month. So that's my view of fame. Maybe it's a little different than Taylor Swift. But yeah, or like what's like Hans Zimmer? He's popular. What's his 11 million? So that's still a lot less than Taylor Swift. Oh yeah, video game composers. What's a famous video? Well, we looked up the Jet Set guy. Who's another? I know there's only a few I know of like him. He does Sonic, I think. He gets 500,000. So this is like the Sonic composer. He gets this amount a month on Spotify. And they came out with a game recently. So this is with some new Sonic game. With that going up, this guy still gets like way less than Our City does in terms of like fame level. But yeah, to be fair, Our City is not a game composer. So but if on game composer level, it seems like based on him and like Toby Fox. I guess people would say Toby Fox. He's probably, yeah. Well, I feel like Toby Fox is a bit of a rare case because he's sort of become. He sort of goes outside of those boxes. I feel like I know people that haven't even played. Like I haven't played Undertale. Like me, I haven't played it, and I know who he is as a game developer and as a musician. So he's a bit of an exception. He's sort of I don't really know how to treat a case like that. But anyway, let's get to the hair. We could sit here and crunch numbers all day, but we're not doing market research today. We're doing animating. What about I don't know. I don't know this guy's name. Zun. I don't know him. Japanese composer and game developer. I will keep a tab open for him. He sounds interesting. Well, yeah. So yeah, Toby's like a urban legend status. Like that's a bit different. You can't really use Toby Fox as like a baseline for anything because he's sort of the exception to the exception of the rule, you know? Actually, now that I think of it, I think Owl City did do a game sound. He did one song for a game recently. Not, well, when I say recently, it was like maybe a year ago. I don't know the name of it. It was some mobile game. I don't know if it doesn't. I don't think it shows up on his profile. I don't remember I don't know if anyone will know what it is, but the reason I'm using this as like a fame level is because they were using that on their marketing all over it. When they had him do I just don't remember the name of it. It's some like mecha game or something. I don't know the name. Some internet themed thing. The name escapes me, but if I remember it, I'll search it up. But the reason I say that that's like valuable is because I saw they knew it was valuable, and I saw what they did in their marketing. So when they launched their game, the only reason I don't even remember the name of the game, but I remember that game exists purely because they were using that in their marketing, saying, we got a new single featuring Owl City based, like, who made this for our game. So that's why I stand behind that. That's why I would guess that that's like an expensive get, because it isn't often you can pull off a strategy like that with just some random, like, I get a lot of people that write to me wanting to do the music, and you couldn't do that with just, some person that's played with the GarageBand for like a few months. Like you can't like you can't name drop that and have that get you attention. Like that's something that is like comes in extra with musical skill. I guess clout is probably what you would call it. But that's something that, I'm sure would cost a premium for that. And I know because I just see them do it. When they have the chance to say it, they use it. And it works because that's how I know about that game. So it's valuable stuff. A brand is everything. A name, a brand, whatever. It's valuable. That's why I'm probably, like, everyone keeps asking if I'm going to keep Project Feline as the name. And the answer is yes, because you all know it. So to change it now would, like, I'd basically just delete a bunch of brand awareness by changing the name. Even though it's a kind of stupid name, like it's a code, it's just the first name that I came up with. But it doesn't, I don't know, I find it kind of doesn't really even matter the name as long as it's like recognizable. Like whatever that thing, what was that guy, that game you kept talking about, Tohu? Like, I don't even know what that means, but I heard the name so much that I know that it's something, Like, I don't know what it stands for or what it means or whatever. Just like, with Project Feline, people probably don't know what that means. But it kind of doesn't matter because it becomes a recognizable, word. That's kind of the objective, I'd say. Neural Cloud, thank you. That's it. Let me search up Neural Cloud. How do I spell that? Neural. I knew someone would know it. Yeah, so for whatever reason, What they should have done is they should have put this on Owl City Spotify, but they didn't. But yeah, look how much this got 1 million plays. You think that isn't like now we all know what Neon Cloud is because of this. If this didn't happen, I wouldn't be talking about that game right now. I don't even know what the game is, but I know the name. Now I know the name. You knew the name. See what I'm talking about? Brand power, guys. So having that is like if you get someone like this to compose for you, you buy the ability to do this, and that's not going to come cheap. Maybe it will, but I don't think it would. I think if you were to do that and cheap yourself out, that's like, yeah, why would you do that at that point? Yeah. So that's what I mean. Sure, he's not Taylor Swift level, but it's still a, you know, brand is still, it's a powerful thing still. It still has its power. Elon Musk disagrees. Well, okay, that you basically destroyed my whole argument there. Yeah, fair point. Well, everyone still calls it Twitter, so I mean, I still call it Twitter anyway. Why is the keyframe is not it's like snapping. Something's snapping. I don't know what it is, but something in her hair is something's going on. Some bit of her hair is like moving when it shouldn't. Oh no, I know why. Silly me. I'm just going to turn off everything except the hair. That'll probably make things easier for me. There we go. Kiro says, you basically need a Project Feline album Kickstarter with the goal of getting Owl City to compose for it. Well, I mean, I guess that's how you would fund it probably, but we, you know, you have to actually know if he wants to be down for it. That's the first thing, and then it's like that's just the album. I feel like maybe a smarter thing to do would maybe to be focused on the rest of the game's budget and not just the music. But that's just a theory, a game theory. But yeah, you basically would have to do something like. I mean, I'm pretty sure the guys, the game that I was talking about earlier, the Jet Set Radio type game. I'm pretty sure their Kickstarter, one of the stretch goals, I think, was to have him... They had that as a stretch goal for him, the Jet Set Radio dude, to compose. Except because I remember now, because I found the soundtrack on Spotify, but they only were able to get him on 2 songs, because it probably would have cost a lot to do all of them. So they had 2 composers. They had one guy, Cedric something, do most of the music, and then they had the Jet Set Radio guy come in to do 2 of the songs. And it's well, I didn't really like how it came out. I understand it, but you can tell that one of them is by a different person, which I think if you don't want for a soundtrack. You don't want to listen to the game, you don't want to be playing the game and then you hear the music and then you say, oh, this sounds like it was done by the high budget composer. Like that takes you out of it completely. So you don't want that. But I understand though. I get it. $200k gold to make you animate a loose hoodie. Oh my god. Actually, yeah, I remember I'd give Gabi a hoodie, but when I realized how complicated the rig was, I don't know, I might have to put that at the bottom of the list, priority-wise. Because I don't know if there's a character in Guilty Gear that has a hoodie, and I looked at the rig, and the whole hoodie is like got at least the just the body part, like the not the sleeves, just the body. It had at least like 50 bones in it. I'm not kidding. I'm not making that up. I went and looked at it. It's like 50 bones because it's got a chain of bones going all down it. And I was like, oh, maybe I should not prioritize Hoodie Gabi for the moment, you know, when I looked at that. It's a bit much. Anyway. Could I? Oh yeah, I should be able to just copy the sway. Is that too much sway? I think, you know what, that's a bit too much sway. I went a bit overboard. Let's tone down the sway a little. It's a little too much. Sorry, I'm all talking about music here. Getting a bit too excited. Fixstatic just sponsored, and then Fixstatic's arguing with the bot. I did not sponsor. I used my free chat. I don't know, what is that? What is it? Because it's for some of you. Sometimes it highlights your message. I don't know why it does that, but it's cool because it's easy to read. JM says hover as a game, in my opinion, is not necessarily that good. Or, well, yeah, maybe, I don't know. I haven't played it, but maybe I've seen footage. I didn't really like the trailer. It just looked too colorful for me. But I mean, how many people worked on that? It was like 3 guys or something, wasn't it? But yeah, because when you have 3 guys on the team, the costs add up. That gets expensive. So they probably did the best with what they had. I don't know what was the Kickstarter? How much did they get? I'm gonna guess 50,000. That's my guess. What was the name? Hover Kickstarter. What was the goal? I know it made a lot, but I don't know how much it raised. Oh wow, it raised like 100,000. That's crazy. Yeah. Well, I guess 100,000 for like 3 years. I'm gonna guess it feels like 3 years. Divided amongst 3 people working full time and that composer. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that kind of being a bit tough. Is this too much? Is this too much movement? Is this too much? I think some of this, some bits of it are looking too much. Like this. I need to turn on grayscale. And then we'll need to, if we offset that by a bit, maybe that should do it. But I feel like, I think there's a little too much. I feel like there's just a little bit too much. But this is close. We're getting close. I just think the tips are good. It's just the bit above, like the rest of the volume, is shifting a little too much. I need to have it so just the tips are moving. What is, hello friend, I am a peasant, you're a what? You're cool, respect and respect. Well, respect to you too, my fellow. When you zoomed out, playing the hair movement will be much less noticeable. Maybe. The thing is that yeah, it will look less noticeable, but there's something that looks off. I think, you know what, no, there's a strand next to the, not at the back, but just next to it. It's like moving less than the others for some reason. And I think just the sides are moving too much. I know it's not looping perfectly yet, but we'll fix that. I just need to look at the general. Yeah. Hold on. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Well, I didn't think I would actually finish the idol today, but I think this is actually going to be like just it. I thought I would have to go over it a few more times, but this. Once I finish the hair, I think this is actually just going to be the idol. Because usually, you know, I usually expect to have to redo stuff like 5 times until I'm happy with it. But this is actually like, I'm not hating it. Yeah, I need to move this strand. That's it. How much tries? I actually don't know. I know that it's less than her old model. How do I, but yeah, try, I'm not really too worried about the try count. It's not something I need to worry about. I know there's a button to turn on, but it's gonna be a bit off because it's gonna probably count the bones as well, I think. I think it does that sometimes, right? There should be a thing like stats or something. Oh, here we go. If I turn off the rig though, does that number change? Oh, no, it doesn't. So, tries 18,000, which I think the old one was 19,000. So it's actually an improvement. Actually, you know, just spitballing, but this would look more consistent if I could somehow copy the poses of this to the other side, but transposed a few keyframes. Like, because it's symmetrical, but I'm hand placing most of these. Oh no, actually what I'm saying, ignore that. I just realized that that's actually, I don't need to worry. Never mind. My brain's starting to short circuit. I'm just gonna stay focused and try and get this to look a bit. I think it's what is wrong? It's just the above the tips of the hair. It's moving. There's a little too much movement. So maybe I need to move these bones to just compensate, so that they maintain their hold. You know what I mean? Kind of like this. You can see now that this volume is sort of staying a bit the same. And maybe this does look like it's moving a little too much. So we'll move that. We'll move you back. Famous evil ninja quote, I'm seeing too much movement. No, that wasn't the... Was that the quote? I thought it was, I'm not seeing enough movement. Hold on. I know my ninja quotes. I'm not seeing enough movement. I'm pretty sure that's it. Yeah, it's this one. I'm not seeing enough movement. See, that's what my brain tells me all the time when I'm animating. I just picture Ninja flossing in my head, and he's looking at my rig saying, I'm not seeing enough movement, so I have to move it more. But I don't know, maybe there is a contingency where he does see enough movement. Actually, from here, it kind of does look like she's flossing. If you don't look at the rest of her body, you can almost... it does. That's kind of what your upper body would do, wouldn't it? All right. Well, that's not intentional. Yeah, no, the back is okay. It's just the front. I've got a little. I'm seeing too much movement at the front. Too much. It's these guys. This bone, this little dude. You're moving too much. You must stop. You must settle down. And then the little square that it's this little guy. Yeah, let's move you out. It's moving too much. Let's move you in. Actually, can I like reset? Yeah, I'll just move it a little from its default position. Let's see. Okay, that's a little better. It's a bit more moderate. So her hair isn't doing like that too much. And if we offset that a little, no, there's still, it's too stiff. The back, I think, is okay, but this is a little... I know what to do. We need to... There's a little... That little tweak bone, this little guy here, we need to move him just a bit that way. So that it doesn't look like the entire hair is just moving as a big block, you know, so there's a bit of... Actually, I think there's another layer of... there is another layer of tweak bones, which... Oh, do I want to use those? Because that's going to add a bit of extra work if I want to go in and use those. So I might leave them off, unless I really need them. I think I can do this without the extra ones, though, I'm pretty sure. What do we think of this? Oh, hold on, let me syncopate it a little bit. I know that... I know the looping isn't clean, but just when it is out of that loop, I think I'm liking that. Let's look at it from the front. Why does it... Every time I look back to the front view, it's like it's undone stuff, because now it's moving too much again. And I just tweaked it. It looks like it's moving... Oh, you know... No. You know what it is? It's not that frame. It's the middle keyframe. That's what I got wrong. It's... It's It's this bone. It's moving too much inwards. That's why... Yeah, okay. I got it. I got it, guys. So we'll just move it a little bit. Yeah, we go. That's it. I completely neglected that side. Okay, now... Yeah, now it's... Yeah, that's more like it. So it isn't like flipping up against her face as much there. What do we think? You rock with it? Cool. Software Tools has... He says he has a 9-year-old nephew who plays Fortnite, can confirm. I mean, yeah, isn't that like they all the 9-year-olds are playing Fortnite now? Alright. I think I'm happy with this. It's just the top and the ear, that's all that's left. So luckily, I just need to take these and sort of bob them around a little. So I'll move them here. There we go. I don't know, is that too much? Actually, that might be a right amount. So now remember how we rigged those earlier this week? Those little bits? That's what I can do with them now. So it looks like her hair's actually, you know, See, we don't need simulated physics after all, guys. I told you. We can just hand key it and it looks like physics. Except we can do more with this than we could with physics. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Even from the side, it looks like it's sort of, yeah. All right. Actually, oh, you know what I totally neglected? Because it's from the side, it looks like her hair is like stiff from the side, but from the front it's moving. So I just need to move it a little back and forward. That's why it was throwing me off a bit. I'm like, there's something still, yeah, when she bobs her head like that, it's just something not right. So if I take all of this, oops. If I take you and just shift you this way a bit, and then... Oh, I didn't get all of them. Hold on. Red alert. Let's go back. Because they're moving side to side. So if we take them... and then on this frame, maybe a bit forward. Not too much. Maybe that's a little too much. Just a little. That's a bit nicer. Although... Oh, something weird happened. What? It's not... Oh, I pasted flipped. There we go. But no. Something... No, that's not gonna cleanly loop. And it's at a different rhythm from the side. Oh, thanks, JM. Didn't really enjoy. Oh, you mean Fortnite? Okay, I thought you talked about my game. I don't know. I haven't really looked at Fortnite in a bit. There's, I think what I can I undo? I think I see the error of my way now. I know what to do. Second time's a charm. Whoa, we got a raid. Raid time. Get the raid sirens out. Platinum Fox is raiding. Hello. The money is in the drawer. Raid is such an aggressive name, actually, when I think about it. I know it's cute and everything on Twitch, but when you actually think about it, the word raid sounds pretty aggressive. How'd I get an ad less than a minute? I don't know. I don't know how the ads go. I don't know how they work. I haven't gotten any weird ads in the last few days though, because the other day when we were streaming, I kept getting recommended, what was it? Like a lot of women's stuff for like women in their late 20s, like pregnancy tests and what else did we get? I can't remember. Pregnancy tests and like skin shampoo or something. Or no, like body wash. And then like women's like sportswear. So those were the ads we were getting. When I was trying to look up reference, we were getting all sorts of stuff. Because yeah, for whatever reason, Google seems to think I'm a 29-year-old woman with a baby on the way. So I don't really know. I don't know what the deal is with that. The ad world is pretty crazy. YouTube did that to you as well? Does it think we're all? Does YouTube think everyone is a expecting late 20s woman? What's crazy? Yeah, hold on. Let's, I just gotta undo a bit further back. Because I think the sway, I have it on the wrong keyframes. Oh, is that all I can do? Am I out of... Yeah, I'm out of undos. Okay, that's fair. I can just copy this keyframe, though. So now it's back as if it never happened. Well, I thought it was. Turns out it isn't. Uh-oh. Let's copy this back. Okay, so I'm gonna try this again. Because we have the keyframes on the side that look... Oh. It was looking fine a minute ago. What happened? Oh. It's like mirrored this. Why? I don't know. I didn't say paste flipped. I just said paste. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so it's good on this side. But it's just from this side, it's stiff. But it's at like she's bobbing her head forward at a different rhythm to how it's moving to the side. So maybe on these in-betweens, we pull this a little back. Actually, before I move that, I'll save. In case I don't end up liking what happens. There we go. Oh yeah, actually, yes. Yes. What I just did here. Can I like somehow copy? No, I'll just do it again. Yeah, we'll just do this. So now it's, yeah, it's like in the, and then if we add a bit of delay, or actually, these should be forward a frame. And if we add all this and just offset it by a few, there we go. Maybe a bit more. Yeah. All right. And then I just take that last little guy, copy you over to frame 0. Now it'll cleanly loop. Well, actually, it doesn't look that clean. It should look cleaner than this. There we go. I'm liking this more. And now, for the fun bit, oh, actually, her fringe doesn't really move. I want to add a bit of movement to her fringe before I move on. Because her fringe looks a little too still. and then I want to do the ear, and then the idol is finished. So the fringe, I know exactly what I want here. So I just want to move this across and that across a little. Oh, actually, no, not there. I need to do it in the in-between. You stream about cats? No, I stream about Blender, okay. Maybe it's because we talk about cats all the time. I don't know, maybe that's what it thinks. Google think I'm a cat lady having a midlife crisis, but no, because people that old, you wouldn't be giving them pregnancy tests. Because like cat lady, that's like 40, isn't it? That's usually the age, right? Oh no, actually, no. I actually do know plenty of every like woman I know personally that's like 29. They all have cats. So yeah, actually, you're right on the ball there. Actually, that's fair. But I say that's more of a 29. That's like quarter life, isn't it? That's more quarter life than midlife, I'd say. When advertising IT gets you wrong, it means you're doing something right. I mean, yeah, I guess that's a win. I guess it's a win. Oh, because I googled Simone Biles, that means I'm a woman now? Okay. That's great. That's impeccable logic. So on this frame, I want her fringe sort of coming there. And then here it's gonna then sway the other way. See, I know. I have a plan for everything. There we go. So, it's a little too much. I think I went a little too much. Let me try that one more. Let me try that again. I think I went a little too overboard. Framed 9. Okay, yeah, it's actually crazy. Just the subtlest movement can look a lot when done right. So I'm just gonna move it a little bit. Actually, yeah, that's it's okay. Oh. And these are off center again. So if I take the whole hair and then offset it, how will that look? I need to see the fringe. No, I want, there's that bit at the front. Maybe that I don't have enough there. I want that. To like really, to like go there. Oh no, sorry, wrong pose. Not that one. This one. Oh, maybe I have these, maybe I did them the wrong, maybe these need to be swapped actually. Yeah, hold up. I think I swayed them in the wrong direction. So if I swap these two, because it should be, yeah, it should be like swaying. Like when she moves her head that way, the hair should be swaying the opposite way. I think that's what's happening. Yeah, all right. Okay, oh, actually, I almost had it there, but I just didn't want those two bones selected. I just want these two. There we go. Yeah, like this. Yeah, there, and then here, they just need a bit of a push. Just a little bit of a nudge that way. Okay, okay, maybe it's a little too much there. Okay, I think that's good. And then we'll cleanly we'll loop that around. There we go. Okay. Now the ear. This is the bit I've been looking forward to. Just doing the ear because oh my goodness, I'm looking forward to the ear. So if I go to I think it's her face. Yeah. So I'm gonna key this. And we're gonna have the ear have a bit of sway to it. So we'll rotate. I just select that. Actually, I need both because she actually has 2 bones for those because of symmetry. Will I ever stop moving things on the wrong frame? I don't think I will. No. Pickstatic says it's 2 conflicting algorithms, one trying to make you a cat lady and one is trying to save you. That's an interesting. They're putting in putting in a lot of effort to get me to buy stuff. That's crazy. That is pretty nuts. That's pretty crazy. Oh yeah, hold on. And this has to be on active individual origins. That's right. Because I'm just gonna move these both. Actually, let me key these at halfway points just before I get. Yeah. So, frame 15. I want you on frame 15, and then at frame 7, that's when I'll rotate them. Like that. And then at frame 23, I'm gonna paste flipped. So that's a little bit of movement. That's how it looks with just a little bit. And already it's making me excited. But imagine if we just added a little bit more. So that's it from the back. Because I can move the tip. I can give more follow through there. So I'm like, what if we just did a little bit more? I want to see what happens. So if we which way is this rotating? Yeah. Watch this. Watch this, guys. It's gonna be cool. So I rotate you this way. And then you take these and you start to like offset them a bit. Maybe not that much. Maybe a little less. Yeah, maybe a little more. Maybe a little less. How much? I reckon 3. 3 should be good. And then you take these little ones and you just offset them by like 2 more frames. Yeah, look at that. I know the loop is not fully clean yet. Actually, it's maybe it's a little too much, actually. I got a little too excited. So I will dial that back a little bit with these. Actually, I wonder what happens if I do it with these instead. I'm just curious. If I move those. Oh yeah, that's more like it. Check that out. Now her ear's got some movement. Pickstatic says, "You're making the idol too good." Well, yeah, see, this is actually a deliberate tactic to get you to just sit idly and then increase the Steam playtime. That's right. I want to discourage the speedrunners. No, it's over for you because you're gonna be so in love with this idol you will not even want to speedrun. That's the plan. Pickstatic exposed me. That's the plan. It does look something's a little the ear. This I think I just need to get rid of the rotation on that middle bone. I think it's not quite so. I'm not feeling that one. I think if I just do the little tips, that's what I want. Yeah, I think it was a little too much. Just the tip bones, I think, are doing great. And then maybe we'll, yeah, a little bit of forward and maybe I'll use those for forward and back actually. So let me bring. Let me just remember where these are meant to go. Okay. So 5 frames off. And I'll just tilt them. I'll tilt them a little like forward when she like when when does she need to do that? Okay, maybe here they tilt back a little. Actually, I'll turn on snapping. Just one snap. And then this way it'll tilt forward a bit. Like that. So now they kind of dip a little bit forward as well. Oh man. I'm having so much fun with this. Maybe too much. Am I having too much fun? Can you have too much fun while animating? I think it needs a bit more offset though. Just move that. No, it doesn't need more offset. It's just you can't really see the bend. So it's like here. Just needs a bit more bend. Yeah. And then maybe just a degree more. Because I can't really notice it that much. Let's see how that... Yeah, and I can see that a bit more now. Except it does look... There's something... It looks like her ear is stretching. I think it's just this bone that's probably doing it. Oh, it's because this doesn't have any delay. Yeah, hold on. Let's delay that a bit. Yeah, there we go. Now it's got a bit of delay. It's a bit of sway to it. A bit of swag. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah. Alright. Okay. That might be it. The only thing that I haven't touched is the face, and I'm doing that on purpose. I need to investigate animation layers, which I haven't done yet. Because I think controlling the face by another method would be a smart idea. I just don't know how that works, so I'm gonna have to research that at some point. But hold on, let's try and re-import this again in Engine and see how it translates. And let me just turn the bones I like to work with back on. There we go. All right, so we'll save. And then we'll copy and sample it so that we get the stepped animation. Why does her side look crumpled? It's just a blender glitch. It's just with the normals. It's well, it's the mirror modifier specifically. So that's something I'll fix later because her entire body is still using the mirror modifier. I'll do that at the end, like of when this is all finished. Okay, so with the stylized one, let me delete the old one because that has less detail. So this new stylized one, we are going to, we're going to sample. We're going to get rid of automatic interpolation, and we're just going to delete every other keyframe on the odd numbers. Or the, so odd numbers, we'll get rid of those. Yeah. Cool. All right. We should let's export it. File, export. Oh, why is it called 001? No, I want that. Yeah. Okay. Export FBX. It should just keep my same settings, and we'll just overwrite this one. And it shouldn't crash because it's only just the one animation. And then if I go here, I should just right-click re-import, I think. Right-click re-import. Let's go! Let's go! Oh yeah! Oh yeah, baby! Look at that. I know that the shader is still... the highlights are too strong, so she looks a bit washed out. And the outline isn't there yet. So I'm trying to find a place where the values are not clashing. So I need to find some shadow like this. Look at that, look at that. The hair sway, the ear moving. See? Look at that. I'm pretty happy with that. Oh, yeah. Except for some reason... Oh! Her texture... I need to re-import the textures. She has a bit of a blemish on her hair. I don't know if you guys could see. And she doesn't have the specular. Because I haven't updated the texture. So that UV glitch... This is what I fixed off stream the other day. The old UV's texture, it had this weird line on her scalp there. So let me just re-import her texture files because I've updated them. And that should be gone if we should have highlights on her hair now. Yeah, there we go. Now she's got the highlights. And that glitch is gone. And, oh, actually, the specular is not as strong. I must have fixed that partially on her hair as well. So now her hair isn't as washed out in the sun. Oh, look at that. It's pretty sick. The normals don't look quite right, though. It's probably just a blender, like an XPX thing. So that's the, let's get a darker background. Look at that. So that's a new Gabi's idol. What do we think? Snot Bill, what did I miss? Well, we now have an idol in the idol animation, and I'm kind of like, I don't think this might be like the finished one, maybe. This might be the first one we actually finish. Thanks, Gaming, Oxy. Thanks, how do I pronounce your name? Ataphilus3. Feel like it's a little intense. Well, Gabi is an intense kind of gal, okay? That's, I wouldn't want it being under-expressive. But yeah, it's definitely more intense than the old one, that's for sure. But I want that kind of, like, ready to pounce. She looks pumped? Good, yeah, I want her to look pumped. She's completely ready. Ready for anything. Ready to fight the government. Please give her feet some kind of sticking effect when she wall runs. Yeah, we're gonna do the wall run last, because I still don't quite know how I want to do the wall run yet. Is she supposed to be ready to run? Well, yeah, because you got to be able to move. It would look kind of weird if she was too relaxed, I think. Like, if she was sort of, like, laying back and just sort of, like, chill. Because the speedrunners, okay? I'm just thinking about you speedrunner folks. You're probably only going to be idling... Well, you probably won't be idling at all that much, but if you are... You will not be doing it very long. You'll probably be like ready to move again. So I want Gabi to sort of have that kind of readiness. Remember when we were looking at tennis earlier? That's sort of the attitude, like how a tennis player would idle. It's not exact, but it's, you know, it's the sort of thing where she's got her weight shifting from her legs. How does it look like next to these dudes? Oh yeah, I forgot you can take damage. I like how sometimes it looks like she's just cropped out of the top of the game. Oh, you mean like I've just drawn her on top of a... Well, yeah, that's what I want. That's what I want people to think. What I want is I want to be able to post a clip of this on Twitter and people say, oh, that's a cool sprite. And then I get to drop this on them that it's a 3D model, like, and just drop a massive trivia on that and just blow their minds. That's what I want. Thanks, Coester, thanks for the $2, man. Appreciate it. Is she abusing prescription medication? Well, you're gonna have to redeem Gabi trivia, and I'll have to ask her that. I don't know what she's on. Look, Gabi and I are close, but we're not that close, okay? So you're gonna have to hop on Twitch, earn those points, and redeem Gabi trivia, and ask her that yourself, because I don't know. I don't know what she's on. She shouldn't be on anything. If she is, then I've raised her wrong, and I'd be disappointed. Please give the grading system. Oh, have you not, Jahim? I think you've missed some. You think you've missed some progress. Let me show you. Let me show you. I know exactly what you want to see. Let me show you. Let me show you what I've been cooking while you've been sleeping. I totally forgot I even did this work. I forgot that because there's been about a year's worth of work that I just haven't had time to make videos about, including this model and more stuff. So you want a grading system, do you? Well, look no further. We have one with animations too. And there's actually there's a more complex version of this as well. Let me hop into, which level is it? The test level. I have another, because there's different missions grade you on different things. And I have a few different mission types. So if we go talk to Calder over here, oh man, Calder looks, I'm gonna have to put in all the effort to these other characters too to get them to match. Yeah, so Calder isn't looking so good next to new Gabi. But if we talk to him, he can give us a mission. We'll do this one. So this one has a slightly more complex grading system than the one I just showed you. It factors in more than your clear time. It factors in your enemies and cogs as well. And your time. So this one, you'll see more, yeah, you'll see it. You'll see more of these that come in on the side. It ranks you on all this stuff. So that's the other version of it. Why are there polar bears but no wallabies? Because, well, because it's not Australia, mate. Project Feline's in my fantasy world, which will not include Australia, because I don't like Australia. And this world can be whatever I want. And if I could make a world, like in my imagination, it's not going to have Australia in it. It's all just going to be Los Angeles. So, and there are polar bears in Los Angeles, right? It's, you know, America's a pretty cold place. So, there's more missions here too. Some of these have slightly different, I think this one, these will all rank on time, but they have slightly different parameters. So in this version of the mission, you get ranked on your time, but you can't touch the floor or else it's over. So you have to like get to the end without like actually touching the floor. We did this on stream a while ago, these missions. But I've just been busy. And then yeah, it ranks you on time. You know what you know what I'm looking forward to? You know what I'm looking forward to? Let's get another mission going. I'm looking forward to I'll show you. I'm looking forward to not having to use this as the image for the results screen. Now, I don't know how I want to manage it. We have a few options, but I want to get rid of this picture and we can use Gabi's model instead because we have one now that looks this good. I don't know if I want to go too overboard with like a victory animation or something. I mean, that would be a cool idea. I just don't know if I'll have time. But if I don't have time and I need something quick, what I'll probably do is I'll make a new background, but I'll use Gabi's new model as like the pose. And maybe I can make different stills depending on the result. That would be the quick budget way to do it. But if time allows it, I could probably put in more effort, but I want anything that isn't just this poorly photoshopped thing would be, I'll be able to do that now with this new model, which I'm excited about. But yeah. So I'm just the more I keep trying to look for flaws, but I honestly I'm not upset. I'm actually kind of happy with this item. Yeah, pose based on the grade. Yeah, so the way I would think to do it is like ultimately what would be cool, what would be the absolute coolest, most cool thing ever is if she does like an entire animated sequence, like an Overwatch finisher type move, depending on the result. But that's going to be that's going to be probably like 2 weeks of animating. That's based on the fact that Blizzard artists take 4 days to do one. If I have like 5 for different results, because there's like 5 different possible outcomes, that's going to be like 2 weeks of animating. And it's just a matter of prioritizing and time management at that point. So that's like the wish. That's like what I would love. But I think to cut time, what I might try doing first is doing just different stills, because I can make stills very easy with this model. And that's just one pose. That could take like maybe 2 days if I wanted to put in effort. That'd take maybe 2 days to do like 5 poses really well. So that's a lot quicker than 2 weeks. 2 days instead of 2 weeks. That sounds more, yeah. So I'd probably try that first, put it in, and if it looks terrible, then I would consider going further. But if no one complains and it's serviceable, then that means okay that we can invest that time somewhere else, because you know you got to be kind of like that with indie dev. You got to be really time conscious. So yeah, that's my thoughts anyway. But I'm excited about it. It's going to be fun. But I should probably get going because I'm getting hungry and cranky. To be fair, do Blizzard devs work on your kind of modeling quality? Oh, they probably have. Well, actually, yeah, no, let me show you. I'll show you what I was talking about, because I was looking at this just a bit earlier. If you search up, well, you can judge. The rig does look kind of familiar. Like there's a, it used to look like wizardry to me. I think it's like May, what's the character's name? May Overwatch Animation Vimeo. I think that's what it was. Animating May's intro. Yeah, hold on. I'll search it on YouTube because Vimeo's load times are terrible. So I was looking at this earlier today, and now this is a Blizzard guy, so he's way better than me. But when you look at his time lapse, so this is him just doing like a 2-second. It's like how many seconds? Like 5 seconds. So this is a 5-second animation that took 4 days for him to just do to do this one animation, 5 days straight, 4 days, I think. Yeah, 4 days straight. But if you look at the rig, this used to make no sense to me. I used to look at this and think this was complete witchcraft, but when you actually pause it and look, I can actually kind of recognize a lot of similar bones in my rig. And I'm not trying to come here and say that I'm as good as these guys. That's not what I'm saying. But you asked, are they working to the same kind of model and quality? Well, I don't know. You can judge. You've seen me work on my rig for the last couple hours. They have a bit more shapes going on. Like the style, it looks a little different with the style. Like you can see that the bones use different widget shapes. Like they use boxes instead of circles. But a lot of this kind of looks, and then the character is a bit more complex too. They have glasses and stuff. But you know, those 3 eyelid bones, I've got those, and the eyebrow bones, I've got those as well. And the 3 cheekbones, I have 3 cheekbones too on Gabi. So I don't know, maybe it's not. It's still probably miles apart, but I don't think it's too as far as I initially would think. Coesta likes the Overwatch. I mean, yeah, I like the Overwatch style. I don't like the game, but I like the style. It is cool. I think I actually was considering, before I picked my art style, I think I was on the fence between an Overwatch and anime style, but I picked anime because it felt more me. But yeah, if you look at like just the placement, even I can see the cheek, that one there and one there and one there. Gabi has those exact 3 bones in the same position. I actually haven't paused and looked at this frame by frame yet, but it's actually crazy. I'm kind of recognizing some of this. And the 3 eyebrow points, the mouth, they have the little shape for the mouth. I'm pretty sure Gabi has that too. I've just hidden them all, but I've hidden them all, but they're there because I like to just work without them. But yeah, look, I remember all these I added a few weeks ago. Yeah. So Gabi has quite some, like the eyebrows are in a similar spot and everything. So I don't know, but maybe a different style. Quality, I don't know. I mean, they probably know way more than me still, but I feel like mine is probably more this level than my last model. And that's really all I can really compare. I just kind of worry about am I better than I was last time? So but it's crazy the amount, because they have to do all this stuff with the face as well, which we haven't touched yet. But yeah, you have to get all the little micro movements and everything. And then the final animation is like 5 seconds. So all that work, it's just pretty crazy. So as cool as it would be to do stuff like this for Feline, it just might not, you know, it might not be a sensible time investment. But it looks cool. Will Gabi sound like a cat? Maybe. I think someone asked earlier about voice acting, and I don't want to do voice acting, but the characters, actually they do have sounds. I do actually have some sound effects. Let me just mute my music and I can patch in the desktop audio and actually have you, I don't think I've shown you guys this yet actually. Let me just route my desktop audio through. I think she has a meow in there somewhere. I have a meow in the game files. Oh yeah, can you guys hear that? Oh, let me turn up the volume. You guys can hear that, right? So if I go in this invisible text box, she should play a sound. So I'm just using these like stock grunt. I guess they're called. I don't know what you call them. I'm just using these stock sounds for the moment because it's cheap, easy, inexpensive, does the job. I've got a really cute one for Felix. So that's what I've got at the moment. But I do have a meow in there, but I don't know if I can actually use it commercially. I didn't clear it. I just found it online, but I actually have to double check it. But it's this sound. So I'll keep that one in if I can. Actually, I don't know where I got this from. I'll have to check. And if I can't use it, I'll find one similar. But yeah. I'll turn that off. But yeah, I reckon that'll, what's the time? Yeah, I should probably get going. Let me just make sure that's all saved before I leave, because it's important to save. I'll leave her just as I found her. I always like just to turn off anything I've changed. I just set it back to the default state whenever I close my document. Just, I don't know, just to add a habit, I guess. Cool, that looks dandy, fine and dandy. Just randomly have a chance for her to have a super deep meow. That would be funny, yeah. Those are, oh, they're called efforts? Okay, thanks for, I'll remember that terminology. I just call them grunts. But yeah, efforts do sound like more, they sound cooler. I need one for each letter, like each note on the octave scale. Yeah, that would be cool. But yeah, so that's I guess I was expecting to sort of do an iteration on 3 different animations today, but we ended up just finishing one. So we finished the idol. I don't know what I'll work on next week. I want to do some blocking for some new ones, and then eventually I'll come back, because everyone wants to, we want to do the cool where she sits idle for too long and she does something cool. I like the idea of that, but I'll leave that for a bit because it's exciting and cool, but there's some other ones I should probably prioritize first. So I'll pick out some other more essential ones that I probably need to get in there, and then we'll come back to the idol and see what kind of fun ideas we can come up with. If you have any idol suggestions that are easy to pull off, leave them in the comments after I end the stream, and I'll try and get back to them if I can. But yeah, that's going to be it for today, guys. Thanks so much for sticking around and hanging out. Your homework is to just look at Owl City's catalog, because he has cool music. That's all I want to say. Anyway, guys, I'll see you next week, Wednesday. No, Tuesday, actually. I forget, for you Americans, it's Tuesday. So I don't want to confuse you. For the Americans, it's Tuesday. For everyone else, I think. For us Australians, it'll be a Wednesday. And for Australia, it'll be Wednesday, 1 p.m. for Australia. So you can figure out when that is for you Los Angeles types. But I'll see you then.